Member Ash?
Here.
Member Miriam?
Here.
Member Pats? President Affelt.
Here. Do we have any changes to the agenda, Superintendent?
Good evening. Yes, we do have one change. We have a member of the community who we're fairly certain cannot join us till around 7 p.m. regarding discussion action item number 1. So we'd like to push that back. And the uncertainty I have, depending on how our meeting flows for the next 45 minutes or so, is whether to put that after action 2 or after action 3. I don't know which way to go on that, but we do need to move that if the board is okay with that.
Imagine we're okay with moving it. It's just, where do we move it to? Why don't we move it to after action 2, and then if that doesn't work, we'll move it further on down.
Sounds great. Thank you.
Okay. Any objections to that change to the
No.
agenda?
No.
Okay, we'll consider that adopted by acclamation. And the agenda is approved. Please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. Pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right. This is the time in the meeting for public comments on any items on the agenda. Any items, rather, that are not on the agenda that you'd like to comment on that are within the board's jurisdiction. Public comment, please.
Is it green?
Small square button.
It's the mute button.
Green button. Green light on. Yeah, just press the square button and hold it down for a little bit.
Is it green? I got it.
Mute button to get it to work. Okay, I would like to, since I have a moment here, I would like to do my yearly call on this school board to stop, please cease and desist with item C every meeting, the Pledge of Allegiance, or what I call the loyalty oath. Because that's what it is. It's a loyalty oath. It's pledging that you will be loyal to the country no matter what. No matter what the government does, you will be loyal. That's a loyalty oath. And that is antithetical to this district's goal to teach our children critical thinking skills. That's central to the district's charge, self-stated charge. It's throwing out critical thinking and instead just going with a program of, the government's right or wrong, I will support it. So it's antithetical to our goals. It's actually un-American to pledge your loyalty to the country, to the government. It's giving up your agency, everybody's own agency. It's wrong. And we should, a school district should definitely not be teaching children to take loyalty oaths. I just think it's wrong. It's patently wrong. We're not legally required to administer the loyalty oath. There's no law saying we have to do it, so I don't see why we should do it. Now, if you want to have some call to unity so that people in Emeryville can be unified around something, we can do something other than the Pledge of Allegiance or the loyalty oath. Maybe we could, there's a California flag right over there. We could roll that flag, the U.S. flag, and put the California flag right in the middle, and we could sing the California state song, maybe. If you're interested in that kind of unity. But there's no law that says we have to say the loyalty oath, and since it's detrimental and sends a bad message to the children, I think we should dispense with it. Now on to another item of business. I was at the last meeting, and I heard the Swinnerton representative, Mr. Baker, make a presentation about the pool that the district is building, that is remodeling. And it's very clear to me now, after watching Mr. Baker for a year now or so, especially with the last meeting, that Mr. Baker is not working for us. I think what he's actually doing is working for Turner Construction. He seems to be an apologist for Turner. It's become really clear to me and other people I've talked to, making excuses for Turner Construction. He's supposed to be looking out after our interests, and we're paying Swinnerton, I believe, $2 million to look out after Turner and to represent our interests, but I think he's not doing it. So, I mean, I think he seems like a nice guy, Mr. Baker, but I don't think he's not representing our interests, I think. And so I think you need to look out after that and either get him to start representing our interests, or I think you should just let him go and again hire somebody that will represent our interests, especially since we're paying the guy $2 million. Now, it makes sense.
You're out of time.
Okay, it makes sense that he would, his relationship with the district is a one-off relationship. His relationship with Turner Construction is ongoing. Swinnerton's relationship with Turner. So it makes sense, but it's inexcusable. I think we should try to find somebody that will represent our interests. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Donahue. Other public comment at this time? Okay, and I think we're on to, yes, please, come forward. Identify yourself if you so choose.
Hi, my name is Simran Desabra. I'm a former student at Emery High School. I graduated last year, and I recently came to know that Mr. Patterson, my counselor from last year, has been removed from his position. And I wanted to know why. If we're still going to have a part-time counselor, why can't he be it? And also the question of part-time, because a full-time counselor has a huge responsibility, and us for just cutting it off for the high school seniors, it's kind of like putting them on a blank spot where they can't even go to someone to ask advice. Because I remember that Mr. Patterson was there for us, but he didn't have enough time to actually talk to 240 kids at that school. So a part-time counselor is not going to be legit for, sorry for my language, but it's not going to be okay for actually high school students, because high school is a big transition. It's a stepping stone to college. And if we don't even have guidance in that, then how are we going to go on further to actually have a good example? I came from Emery Secondary when my sisters, cousin, all graduated from it. It's a family school for us. So it really disheartens me that you're taking out somebody that is doing a great job for the school, because he has resources, he has experience that counts for something, right? For him to go back to a 5th grade position doesn't make sense to me, because it's basically he put all the effort in to make the student's life a better life, and then all of a sudden he's getting demoted because of it, that he doesn't have a chance, or he's getting paid too much or something like that. I just wanted to ask, why was he getting it demoted, and why basically he wasn't offered the job? And if we still need a counselor, we can't have a part-time counselor. I don't go to that school. My brother goes to that school, and also his friends. I know those students because I was part of the ASB over there, and I know that a counselor is needed. You can't just have a part-time counselor when you actually have to have a full-time. Actually, I would say that you would have to have 2 counselors, but I know and I understand the budget, but Mr. Patterson is doing a great job there. I don't understand what's the big deal of him not staying at Emery Secondary School.
Okay, thank you for your comments. Yeah, as I explained last time, it's not the board's job to decide individual assignments, and this is not an agenda item. So if you have particular questions about assignments, you should welcome to speak to the principal, the superintendent, but it's not a topic for discussion tonight. But the point of having heard you come and speak your truth, that's what this moment's for, and we thank you.
Quick question. So am I supposed to
Well, you, no, we're not having a discussion. Yes, and talk to the superintendent and see what happens, is all I can tell you. That's his responsibility to decide that. I'm sorry, we're done with public comment. It's not public conversation. We're on to any other public comment? Okay, then we're on to reports. Do we have a report from CSEA tonight? ETA? Our student representative is not here to give a report. Annie Yates, principal, I see in the audience. Wonderful. We have a report from Ms. Lang.
Good evening, members of the board. Hello?
Ms. Lang, the mic needs to be right up next to your mouth. The arm should. No, you fixed it.
Okay. So good evening, members of the board. I'm here to just give you some updates on different things that we've been doing at Anna Yates Elementary School. I'm Diane Lang. I'm the principal of Anna Yates K-8 school. One thing is enrollment is open for TK through 8th grade. Our TK students, TK is transitional kindergarten, and that includes students born between September and December of 2010. They are eligible to enroll for TK. One of our teachers, our 5th grade teacher, Miss Wren, she was selected as the Emery Unified School District's Teacher of the Year, and she is now eligible to be, she's now in the running for Alameda County's Teacher of the Year as well. On May 28th, we had our spring open house, and we did that in partnership with some of the community-based agencies that have been working with our students, including Scientific Adventures for Girls, who have been doing science with our K through 5 girls specifically to make sure that they were exposed to science and engineering. And so they were present at our spring open house, which was Thursday, May 28th. The Kala Art Institute has been working with our 6th graders, doing an implementation of science and math in the 6th grade program, and they were also present at our open house. And Scholastic Book Fair was present as well, and they held a fundraiser, and the proceeds of that fundraiser were to benefit our PTO. And then we also sold food, and the proceeds from our food sales raised $207 for our PTO also. We had an 8-week residency of a program called Jazz and Democracy, and that was for our 8th grade students, and that was led by Dr. West, and basically what it does is show the parallels between a democratic society and a jazz quartet. And so students participated in that, and teachers gave me feedback. They really enjoyed it, and so much so that they're hoping that we can expand it in the future to where the program could be for 6th through 8th grade, because the students really were engaged and they enjoyed it, and they were exposed to career professionals such as physicians, engineers, entrepreneurs, physicists, architects, businessmen, artists, and microchip engineers. So it was a very positive experience for our 8th grade students and engaging, like I had mentioned. All of our students between May and the last day of school, they all went on a field trip at Doyle Hollis Park. So that's something that is tradition, and they continue that tradition. Our school has elected a new slate of PTO and school site council officers. We have also received a $10,000 grant from Wareham Development and Supervisor Keith Carson's office. They are giving us a grant for our school, $10,000 to reinvigorate, if you will, is that the right word? Our garden at Anna Yates, and then the county, Alameda County, also decided to match it with an additional $10,000 for our garden. But the second $10,000 from the county is for the purpose of food nutrition, so that students are learning about, edible garden, eating what you grow, eating your own foods, and things of that nature. So we were happy to receive that. And we will definitely be letting you know when our kickoff or launch of that event will be, because we're going to have an event at the school site to celebrate the garden, getting those funds, and the opportunity to make sure that all of our kids are in the garden working and learning about science and nutrition. We were able to offer reproductive health to our 5th through 8th grade students, and that offering was in conjunction with Lifelong Medical, as well as Girls Inc. and Planned Parenthood. And parents were given the option of opting out if they were not interested in their students being exposed to reproductive education, but the majority of students did participate. And from the feedback that I had from some students as well as teachers, it was very positive, and students learned a lot about themselves and their bodies. And this summer, we are offering an app camp at Anna Yates. It'll be offered July 6th through the 30th. It's a 4-week camp. It's actually 16 days. It's offered Monday through Thursday from 9 to 2:30. And that is also in part a sponsorship from a community member. And students are welcome to come and enroll. And I did put that information in my final newsletter out to families, so that if anyone is interested, the offering for that is for 6th through 9th graders. So some of our rising 8th graders can also participate. And those are a few of the things that we've been doing most recently at Anna Yates.
Thank you.
You're welcome. So I'll give you a copy of the final newsletter, which was basically just making sure that people knew about enrollment and the app camp. So if you'd like to look at that, you can look it over.
Terrific. On the app camp, how does one enroll, and are there any sort of eligibility requirements, or is it just a numbers space issue, or maybe there's no limitation?
The school office is closed from now through August 11th. So if you wanted to enroll, you could contact me via email, and I would be contacting Dr. Carol Balfe, because she is the person who is spearheading, leading the camp.
We can get something up on the website as well, Ms. Lang, if you like. Why don't you? We're going to see each other tomorrow anyway, so
Right.
just remind me. We'll get something up on the website right away.
We definitely should.
Okay.
Okay, so if anyone's watching and they have students who want to enroll, they should go up to the website in the next few days and
Mhm.
look for that.
I also want to bring your attention on the newsletter that I just gave you, that our partnership with CALA also led to an offering of a summer youth art program for our students. So if anyone is interested in summer art, they are offering scholarships to students who may not be able to incur the entire cost of the program, but it is available to them, and they said they really enjoyed working with our students and wanted to make sure that our school community was invited to the summer youth camp. And they have a variety of camps and programs this summer.
Terrific. And what is the garden program going to look like? What is the, which grades are going to have access, or how does that?
The garden program is going to be for all grades, K through 8. There's going to be a schedule established, though, so that there's going to be a rotation, and we'll be working in conjunction with the teachers to determine which grade levels will be going to the garden. What's happened most recently is we've had a volunteer who's been coming when she can, because she's a volunteer, but she comes at least once or twice a month to keep the garden going, so that it's not overrun by weeds and things of that nature. But since she's been coming for so long as a volunteer, now that we have this grant, we're going to be able to have her continue to work in the garden, and she's going to be the kind of the lead instructor in terms of working with our students, but the grant and the garden will be for all grade levels K through 8. It'll be on a schedule, though, a rotation, if you will.
Terrific, thanks. And I see the PTO officers listed in the newsletter. That's great. It looks like a solid PTO leadership. Is there a listing somewhere of the school site council officers that you mentioned?
Didn't get in the newsletter, but we do have it, so it'll be in
Okay.
the next one, which will not be until we return in August.
And
September.
that is those are the officers that will be in place for the next year?
Yes, this is for next school year.
And the same with the site council?
Same with the school site
Okay.
council. There were 3 people elected for school site council,
You mean parents or parents and teachers?
3 parents.
3 parents, so then the teachers are gonna match that.
Yes, that will be voting for the teachers as well.
Okay, all right. Any other questions for Ms. Lang?
So I'd love it if we could talk a minute more about the Teacher of the Year. I feel like we kind of glossed over that. So how and when was she given this award?
I was notified by the district that she had been selected as the teacher of the year, and she was informed prior to me being informed, and she was selected by her peers,
Did this happen this week
her
or
colleagues.
last week?
No, this happened in May.
Yeah, it was presented at a Friday morning session in May that Ms. Lang calls weekly.
Weekly assembly, yes.
Okay.
Yes,
And-
and that was my time to share it with the entire school community, make sure everyone knew.
Okay. Surprised it didn't come to the board. Or did it, and I missed it?
I don't think historically I'm not sure if we brought it to the board historically as an action item. Is that what you mean?
No,
Or
no,
is it a-
I'd love to recognize a teacher who's
Oh.
Teacher of the Year. It just
Oh,
seems,
and
you know,
and-
it seems like something we should celebrate.
No, that's a great idea.
Absolutely.
We could add that to our, that's a great idea. The other thing we might want to add is now that she's been nominated or elected as the Teacher of the Year for Emery, she is actually in the process of possibly being Teacher of the Year for Alameda County. So
Right.
there's a process just beginning for that as well. So I think that would be great. It's a good idea.
Okay.
All right, any other questions? It doesn't appear to be. Superintendent's report?
Yes, good evening. I have a couple things to share with you. One is, while Ms. Lang is here in the crowd, I want to just say thank you to Ms. Lang and congratulations for such an excellent 5th grade promotion and 8th grade promotion ceremony with her and by her and her teachers and her students. It was great to see that. I think Board Member Marion made it to one or both of those.
5th grade.
5th grade one? 5th grade ceremony or promotion. Also, I recently received a note from one of the high school teachers saying that they were very pleased that the high school teachers were on the stage for the high school graduation this year. That hasn't been something they've been able to do for a while, and they thought it was a nice change for them. So I just want to say thank you to Mr. Ferber and his staff and the teachers for everything they did for the high school graduation. Mr. Ferber actually had a death in the family and elected to stay for the graduation since he was responsible for a large part of that. So I really just want to appreciate Mr. Ferber and public for doing that. Couple other things I'd like just to mention to you. We've had a real rush for kindergarten enrollments. So we're very happy to report that to the board tonight. We have over,
I didn't hear.
we've had a recent rush for enrollments. My understanding from Ms. Lang and Ms. Lang's office is that we're now over 50 students enrolled for kindergarten or TK. And we're excited by that, and we're going to keep on doing everything we can to communicate the good things we have going on in the district. And so I wanted to make sure the board was aware of that. On a related item, I just wanted to let the board know while we still have quite a bit of work to do, we have made some recent updates to the school site, to the district website. And so Ms. Tamery was going to try to bring those up and not working.
No, I'm having the browser
Okay, all right. So, but anyway, at any rate, we've made some more updates to the website. We've got some more to do. We have some of our students on the page who are working with the Kala Art Institute in Science and Arts, and I just wanted to bring your attention to that as well. That's okay, Ms. Tamery. They can take a look when they have a chance.
Okay.
Thank you.
Is that your point? All right.
How many students graduated?
We had 36 students participate in the graduation ceremony.
Excellent, thank you.
The board president's report is next, and given that it is our last meeting of the school year and the fiscal year, I did have some retrospective comments and reflections. I think that there were some rocky parts to this year. We were unsettled with our principals at both the school sites for far too long into the year, and that was regrettable. We had to say goodbye to some long-serving and dedicated staff this year as a result of budget cuts, and that was one of the most difficult things we've had to do, that I've had to do on the board so far this year, so far in my term on the board. As a board, we adopted a qualified certification of our budget in February or March, whenever that time is to do that, and that means that was projecting we would not have enough revenues 3 years out to meet our minimum required reserve amount. And that was a signal, not that there is a crisis, that was a signal that there will be a crisis if we don't do anything about it. And it was I think a prudent recognition for the board to do that, but it was a sobering one, and we take that and our fiscal responsibilities with all seriousness. It's not something, I should also say, completely unusual. Hundreds of districts around the state over the last several years have had to adopt qualified certifications based on their school budget and the state of the economy, etc. However, we did that. And we've acknowledged that we have some work to do in addressing enrollment, particularly in the middle school and the high school. So those are the rocky parts of the year. On the other hand, I think we've landed two very good principals who are now ensconced and building stronger school communities, both at Annie Yates and at the secondary high school. We addressed head-on the budget difficulties and, as I said, made some difficult decisions and have adopted some cuts. That has put us back into positive certification, and the district is now back on positive certification. Those cuts, together with the May revise, which is sort of the revisions to the budget that the governor comes out with in May, and those were adopted today and signed by the governor, our state budget. Those two things have put us back into a very solid positive certification. We are projecting in 15-16 that we will add the year in the black, in the plus category. We won't run a deficit next year. We will run a deficit the subsequent 2 years after that. We're going to discuss this all later in the budget item, so I don't want to get ahead of myself. But even at the end of that much smaller deficit, we'll have $1.2 million in reserves 3 years out. So the district is in much better financial situation. We still have to address an enrollment problem or an enrollment issue. And I should also say, we're not the only one. This isn't something raining down in Emeryville. The state student growth is flat. The projected growth for next year for the state as a whole is 0.02%. I mean, the student population is not increasing across the state. And many districts are facing declining enrollment. That doesn't mean we're going to sit by and maintain the status quo. That's why we're building out more program. We could erase our deficit. That's certainly one way to address things by taking back things that the board has decided to support over the years. Last year, we gave a 6% raise for teachers. We gave a 6% raise for classified staff, 2% on, 4% off for teachers, and the inverse for classified. We're not getting rid of that. We have things that other schools don't have that we're not getting rid of. We're not getting rid of our school nurse. We're not increasing our class sizes in K-3 to 24, even though the state law now says we could do that if we wanted. We're keeping it at 20. We're not getting rid of our standalone science resource teacher at the elementary school. We're not getting rid of a librarian. We're not getting rid of a very strong wellness team that supports our students with social, emotional, and physical and mental health. We're not doing that. And if we have to run a deficit to do that, we're going to keep running a deficit. And beyond that, I think people don't realize that this district is investing in its students and its teachers. And if you've read this document, which is also in the budget tonight, the Local Control Accountability Plan, you'll see between last year and this year, if this is adopted, we will have invested an additional $870,000 to increase and improve services for our highest need students. We've heard from parents. They want a music teacher. We're using those funds to add a music teacher for our elementary school and bringing back music. We've heard from parents we want a PE teacher. We're using those funds to bring a full-time, fully credentialed PE teacher to Annie Yates. We heard from parents and teachers they didn't want the instructional aids cuts. We kept the instructional aids to support our elementary school teachers, particularly our English learners. The superintendent is proposed, and the district is completely restructuring 7th and 8th grade, the middle school model. It's moving from the prior model where elementary teachers have been teaching at 7th and 8th grade to where high school level teachers will be teaching the 7th and 8th grade. Single subject, math, science, English language arts, and social studies. Plus, it'll look much more like a high school program. They're going to be periods. So in addition to your 4 periods of those core subjects, there are now going to be 2 electives that students will get in 7th and 8th grade that they don't have now. So that's a significant increase in instructional opportunities for our middle school program. We've added a second science teacher at the high school. We've added, and we will be adding additional AP course offerings at the high school. In addition, we're purchasing software so that students can go online and access AP courseworks. And we have as a goal that some 40 to 60% of our high school students will be getting AP classes over the next few years, in additional AP classes. We're proposing to expand as well the high school student access to Berkeley Community College and dual enrollment courses, so they can enroll in community college while they're in high school. We're opening a new college and career center at the high school. We're adding after-school tutoring. This is something we heard from parents during the LCAP engagement process. They want tutoring after school, so we're investing $65,000 to bring after-school tutoring for all grades, K-8 and 9-12. And the high school is planning to add a new CTE career pathway. That's a career technical ed career pathway to the career tech ed these days is supposed to prepare students. If they want to go into college, they're ready to do it after that CT. It's not like the old voc ed program. If you did that, you weren't necessarily ready to go to college. If at the end you said, you know what, I'm going to a four-year school, you can go to college, or if you're ready to go right into the workforce, you should be able to do that. And the pathway most likely being discussed at the moment is one in digital arts, but that's still going to be developed over the coming year in conversation with teachers and the broader community. All that to say, we're not standing idly by. The district is investing. That's nearly $870,000, and that'll grow up to over $1 million next year after, when we're sitting here about this time next year, if projections continued, in additional funds to increase and improve services for our students. I think overall we continue to need to do a better job in engaging our community, engaging our parents, engaging our students in decision making. We need to do a better job in communicating what we're doing and where our successes are and where our challenges are. This district and the staff that I've seen are open to every good idea, and a lot of the good ideas that surfaced in the, I would say, too small engagement in the LCAP conversations this year, most of those ideas made it into the LCAP. So we are open to good ideas, and the only way we're going to build a better school districts that is going to attract our enrollment is by building it together and using everyone's good ideas. And I would include in that being open to a conversation about how do we best utilize our assets of Annie Yates and the ECCL sites and consider being open to reconsidering how we're going to distribute our students going forward. That's my annual report, and I apologize if it's a bit lengthy because it is the end of the year, and I won't make such long annual or president reports in the future. But now we're on to the next item.
Citizens' comments on item E. Comment?
Just a moment, sir. Yeah, no, we're going to move on to the consent calendar.
No comments allowed?
No comments on the reports.
Go to the microphone, please.
Okay, wait, we're taking questions?
No, well, I'm going to take one question from Ms. Inamoto, because we don't see her very often. We're not going to engage in conversation at this time.
I don't need the microphone. I
Yeah.
just want to ask you, you said you're bringing back the music teacher. Where is this money coming from? Is this the $870,000 you mentioned?
Yes, that's part of it. That's the
And that's
proposal.
part of the local control accountability plan?
Yes.
All right, thank you very much.
I have a question.
We're
You
going to
open
go
the
on
door.
to the consent calendar.
You have to,
Okay.
yeah.
All right. You can ask a question, Mr.
Yeah,
Donahue.
sorry, the Brown Act makes it so you have, if you give one person access, you have to give everyone access.
And you have access to a question.
Okay, but, yeah, and so in the future, I'd appreciate if you didn't like push back against that, or appreciate it, because it is the Brown Act after all. I'd like to know,
They're both wrong.
how many because you're talking about, you were interested in parental engagement. I'd like to know how many parents were involved in the LCAP process. If you could answer us that, I'd appreciate it.
That information, I believe, is in section 1 of the LCAP,
And the appendix,
But-
I think.
and there's an appendix. So
How many
it's an
were-
item on the agenda.
Does
and if
anybody
you-
here happen
if
to
you-
know
if you'd read
offhand
it.
how many parents were involved?
I think there were, I want to say, well, go ahead.
Well, the process has continued and has been going on since January, and you yourself were part of that process, actually, so.
Point
I'm
of
not-
order, I think we said he could ask the question. I don't think we should get into answering it. I feel like we've already done enough customization in this meeting. I just feel like we're opening ourselves up to too many of these, so.
Well, the previous speaker got an answer.
And I thought that was wrong,
Okay, well, I mean,
And-
the Brown Act.
And
so-
and your answer is it's in the LCAP,
so.
which is basically the answer that she got.
Thank you.
Okay, would anyone else like to ask a question, since we have opened the questioning? Okay. Consent calendar, does anyone have any, on the board, any items to pull from the consent calendar?
I do. Item 3 to be pulled.
Okay, item 3. Any other items? All right. So do we have a motion to adopt items 1, 2, and 4 of the consent calendar?
So moved.
Second it.
Roll call, please.
Member Ash?
Yes.
Member Miriam?
Yes.
Member Pats?
Yes.
President Affelt?
Yes. Okay, item 3, Member Marion.
There wasn't an attachment.
No. I didn't see one either, but, you know, it's there now.
Ms. Sorrell's here to help us with this one.
Yes.
Yes, we learned from Board Member Miriam that the attachment wasn't there, so I ran in and we attached it this evening. But what I'd like to do is introduce to the board and to the community the teachers that we are recommending for hire this evening. I have a brief statement about each teacher, and I'd like to ask them to stand, please, once their name is read. We have Mr. Steve Beatty, who has been with us at the high school this year, but will be teaching, he applied for the math position at the Annie Yates, and he will be teaching the 7th and 8th grade math at Annie Yates next year. Mr. Beatty has worked in California public schools for over 11 years and in the technology sector for 15 years. We have Mr. Dwayne Bartholomew, who will be a special education teacher at the high school next year. Mr. Bartholomew has taught special education in Los Angeles Unified for 6 years and has been teaching in San Francisco since 2012. Mr. Bartholomew lives in the area and says, "I want to make a difference in the place I call home." Then we have Ms. Florence Coven. Mr. Coven will be teaching English at the high school this year. She has taught English for the past 6 years. She states that she loves to bring music, films, art, and poetry into her classroom, and she believes that arts are a part of the human experience and deserve a place in every classroom. So those are the teachers we're recommending for hire for next year.
Wonderful. Well, welcome, Ms. DeCoven, Mr. Bartholomew, and Mr. Beatty. We are excited to have you join the Emory USD team. Would you like to, is any other questions, or would you like to move the item?
So I just want to take a moment and welcome you guys and say I'm excited to have some new teachers on board. Thank you for joining the Emory team, and we look forward to you guys having a good year this year. So, and then I have the same question I had 2 weeks ago. Where are we at with staffing? How many outs, how many ins?
Right now, we still have 3 positions to be filled.
So we're down to only
And
3, that's good.
Down to 3, and their interviews are being conducted this week and next. We have filled our, the science resource position at Annie Yates.
Can you speak up, please?
We have filled the science resource position at Annie Yates. We have filled the 8th grade science position, the 7th and 8th grade science position at Annie Yates. those, I wasn't able to bring those individuals to the board meeting tonight, nor did it happen in time to make the board agenda. And what else do we have? We've also filled 2 of the elementary grades,
Excellent.
the K-6 grades at Antioch, so we're down to 3.
Excellent.
And what are those 3?
Music and band, social science,
And high school
and the high
science.
school science position.
And we have the PE position.
The PE position has been filled.
Okay. Great.
I'll move item 3.
Do you have a second?
Second.
Okay, roll call, please. Item 3.
Member Ash?
Yes.
Member Merriam?
Yes.
Member Pats?
Yes.
President Affelt?
Yes. So item 3 passes unanimously, as did items 1, 2, and 4. Okay, we are now on to discussion items for the evening. First item up is, actually, we've made the first item up, number 2, which is approval of the collaborative agreement for 14-15 between the YMCA and EUSD.
Mhm. Yes, good evening. The purpose of this item is to seek your approval of an agreement between the YMCA and the school district for the use of the property and the programs that they're running here, and we are very happy to continue to have our partnership with the Y. We are running a little bit behind on these agreements with them, and I will need to update the board over the summer regarding the upcoming year and the discussions and how those are going as well.
Is there any particular substantive aspect of this that you want to call our attention to?
Not at this time. I'll just for the board's information, the current rental rates that the Y provides to the school district is based on most of the cost, I think, that was involved in 2 bungalows that used to reside or used to be physically placed on the previous high school site. I think that's how the rent was determined, and that's why we're having some conversations about, how we're looking at the upcoming year and what we might want to jointly, collaboratively determine that the appropriate rent is.
Okay, but you're satisfied this is a reasonable rent?
For this past year, and this is really just to catch us up, yes.
Okay, and then when is the agreement for 15-16 going to be brought to us?
We anticipate that coming to you in the beginning of August.
Okay. Any other questions? Do we have a motion? I'll move we adopt the aforesaid agreement.
I'll second.
Roll call, please.
Member Ash?
Yes.
Member Merriam?
Yes.
Member Pats?
Yes.
President Affelt?
Yes. That's unanimous. The YMCA EUSD agreement passes 4-0. Next item, which we move to number 2. Do we have our community
We do.
member that we were waiting for
I
present?
think he is present, yes.
Okay, so we are going to proceed with item 2, the second item, which was listed as 1, approval of administrative regulation for Measure A and K.
Yes, good evening again. The purpose of this item is to seek the board's approval of our new administrative regulations for Measure A and K. And before I ask this community member to come forward, I do want to let the board know that there's been a very positive reaction that we've heard from the seniors who've been going through the process this year to turn in their either their exemption forms or their yearly confirmation that we have set up. So, and I want to take a particular moment or minute just to say thank you to Mr. Bowders, who we're going to ask to come up because Mr. Bowders was really instrumental in helping us in the district catch some places that we wanted to make some corrections and to get that work done. So thank you, Mr. Bowders, and would you like to say a few things?
Well, good evening, John Bowders, member of the citizens oversight on the parcel tax committees for measures A and K. I don't have a formal presentation or anything I want to say. I just want to make a couple thanks and a couple brief remarks. I first want to thank a couple of the residents who are in the room who have been bringing this issue to light for the last few years. As somebody who's worked on behalf of seniors and issues that allow them to stay in their homes, this was an issue of interest to me, not just as a member of our oversight committee, but also personally. I'd also like to echo the thanks back to both the superintendent and his staff and the board. I know you have a lot of very important things going on, especially in the last 6 months, and that your time and attention has been rightfully dedicated to those things, and to make time for this on the request of one member of the committee who wants to see that this issue be put to rest. I do greatly appreciate your efforts on that end. Basically, this, you've had a chance to see this here. Basically, what we were aiming to do was actually put in place a process that actually matches the ballot language that the voters here approved. In particular, the process previously resulted in multiple applications for the senior exemption needing to be filed by a senior who wanted to continue that parcel tax exemption. And the language provides that one exemption should endure as long as they continue to occupy the parcel as their primary residence. And so this language here and the practice that the district agreed to put into place this year already before we formally adopted any regulations or bylaws really did demonstrate that this was much more understandable for seniors, it was much easier, and it will protect their home ownership rights longer. And so I would just ask, unless you have questions, I would just ask you to adopt an administrative regulation or bylaw tonight that formally puts this process into place, where it's visible to seniors and others in our community, people who work with seniors, so that they have a predictable process going forward and access to that information. Thanks.
Okay, clarifying questions for Mr. Bowders or the superintendent?
I have one. Mr. Bowders, I know that this is it's out to year 2037. Just based on what they consider 65 being the retirement age at this time, but as you know, the retirement age will change in the near future. How is that? Is that any relationship between the two, between the change in the retirement age per this document and the basic Social Security, the threshold that you meet at that time?
Technically speaking, no. The language in the ballot measure actually it's listed as 65. Okay. We refer to them as seniors, okay. But if seniors was defined elsewhere in the future as being 85, any person who's 65 would still get this protection. It won't change.
Okay. Other clarifying questions? Okay, why don't we take comments from members of the public, if there are any?
So I'd like to thank Mr. Bowders for that presentation, but also mention he didn't actually use the name of the person who is the progenitor of this, and that person is a resident and a school board, a school volunteer, and her name is Shirley Enemoto. She's in the audience here tonight. She's the one that's worked on this for years, like some 10 years. So I think it maybe just an oversight on Mr. Bowders' half, but it was Ms. Enemoto is the one that did the lion's share of the work, getting us to the point now where it seems as if that we might be now in compliance with our documents, which is a good thing. But let me just step back for a moment and quantify this. This has been like almost somewhere around 10 years in the making. Why should it be so difficult to just get the school district to comport with its own documents with the parcel taxes that we've been voting for with regard to senior exemptions for paying the parcel tax? And the fact that it's been so hard and so much pushback from the district against Ms. Enemoto, to me, it seems as if, well, I think that the amount of pushback that she received informs me that it was intentional. In other words, the district probably was just hoping that more money would be ill-gotten gains for the district from seniors that were unfairly treated. I mean, I actually do think that that's at least in the background here. I mean, it's sort of a horrible thing to say about the school district, but I just can't imagine any other reason why there'd be so much pushback against just comporting with our own documents. And it's, seniors are, abused. I mean, they're a major demographic that is commonly abused, and a lot of seniors don't have all their faculties, and they're not, they have to be. I think they should be treated. They're special citizens, and they should be treated that way. And I'm just really chagrined that it's taken this long. I'm sort of happy that we're at the point, because it does seem as if there's been a big paradigm shift here. But I mean, I think somebody should stand up here and just say that this, shame on the district. Why did it take this long? It's pretty outrageous. And I do appreciate, like I said, Mr. Bowder's work in this regard. And one last thing I'll say is it rubs me the wrong way that Ms. Enomoto, and I presume she wouldn't object to me saying this, is elderly.
You're out of time.
Elderly woman, worked for 10 years, and then this young man comes up and just gets the job done. It adds an extra flavor of discomfort for me. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any other public comment on this item? Okay. Seeing none, board discussion?
So I do want to thank Mr. Bowders for his work in this effort, and I definitely want to thank Ms. Enomoto for her work on this. And so I mean no disrespect by this, Mr. Bowders, but I am concerned that we've set a couple of precedents this evening that we're going to start taking questions on board comments and adjusting the agenda for citizens when it's been made very clear in this forum that we don't adjust our agenda. It is, something that we don't change for the citizens, but we do for the board's convenience. And so I worry that we're going to set this precedence, and so when we have a discussion item that's a little less comfortable, we're going to be in this place where we've moved the agenda to accommodate people to allow them to come speak, and we won't do it sometimes, and same thing with questions. So I'm going to point that out at this moment and say that, we need to be treating the public with an even hand. So that's it for me on this.
Other board thoughts on the item? Okay. Yeah, I too want to thank Ms. Enomoto for keeping on the district on this and helping make sure that these issues get clarified, and Mr. Bowder for sitting down and providing your legal time and expertise and craft to work this up. I think it's a good result. I did have one substantive edit that I think we should make at the end of paragraph number 6. And that paragraph number 6 ends saying that, let's see. So this is about a senior who was taken off the exemption list because they didn't meet the qualifications any longer, or they didn't submit an annual update in compliance with these guidelines. But then, and they shall not receive senior exemption for subsequent parcel tax years unless and until the exempted senior submits a new application to the district, and I would just propose adding the phrase that meets the requirements for an exemption. It's not merely submitting the application that gets you an exemption. It's submitting an application that meets the requirements for an exemption.
That meets the requirements for exemption. Okay, for an exemption.
Yeah.
Mhm.
but that is not it's a clarification, it's not really a change in the intent there.
Mhm.
So with that amendment, I would move we adopt this administrative regulation. Do we have a second?
I'll second it.
As amended?
I'm sorry?
As amended?
As amended.
Okay, roll call, please.
Member Ash?
Yes.
Member Merriam?
Yes.
Member Pats?
Yes.
President Affelt?
Yes. Okay, we have a new administrative regulation. Thank you again. Okay, we are on to item 3, the proposed adoption of our updated local control and accountability plan. Superintendent?
Yes, good evening again. It's with great pleasure and maybe with a little bit of relief, hopefully, that we bring this item to you this evening. The purpose of this item is to bring to the board and to review for second reading the updated LCAP to consider for your approval. We probably, I suspect, have about 150 to 200 hours into this document right now. And we have, again, Ms. McDonald is here to walk us through, just to remind the board some of the main components and maybe some of the changes since the last time we met in the board.
Thank you. Good evening. There are 4 major changes since we were here 2 weeks ago at the public hearing regarding the LCAP. They are the addition of years 2 and 3 in goals 1, 2, and 3. You saw just goal 1 2 weeks ago, so we populated years 2 and 3 and built those out. We added sections 3A and 3B, which are our justification for the use of our supplemental and concentration funds. We added section 4, which is the budget summary. And we added the 3 appendices that I'd referred to. There's the 27 metrics from the state reference list from the needs section has notes that are referred to, and that list is given to you. And then we created a grid that gives an outline of the meetings that we had with stakeholders that was requested at the last board meeting. So those are the major changes. And Dr. Rubio, you had one comment. There was a few more things that we did.
Well, yeah, I wanted to, I think you hit most of them. I just wanted to particularly thank Board President Affelt for his many hours of assisting us as well over the course of this to make this really, I think, the best plan that we could make right now with our staffing, and appreciate the help, Mr. Affelt.
You're welcome.
So I would be happy to answer questions if you had questions about the document.
So I don't see any listing of school site council meetings to help form the LCAP. Did that not happen?
Dr. Rubio would have to speak to that.
There was some struggle with forming the school site councils this year, and I know that last year there was some similar challenges for the school district and the school sites to establish school site councils, so that did not happen to the degree that we would have liked. That's correct.
It's a shortcoming. It's a shortcoming, and it is addressed in the LCAP. There's a specific metric that site councils will be formed, functioning, meeting on a regular basis.
We had that metric last year.
I don't think we did.
We had a big discussion on site councils at the beginning. Maybe not in the LCAP, but we had a big
I don't think it
discussion.
was in the LCAP.
Yeah, so.
And so, as we discussed last time, the board is expecting staff to do what we didn't do this year, which is to quarterly present LCAP progress to us. And that will enable us, I hope, to keep a tighter eye on are these councils meeting and functioning. I was glad Ms. Lang was here to tell us, we have a formed, at least, school site council at Annie Yates. I don't,
And I believe that's the same at the high school.
okay, well, that's a start. I had, well, clarifying question before we go to public comment. I had a number of edits in section 3, which, having just gotten this as I walked in to the meeting tonight, I don't know if they were incorporated.
I believe every single edit, Mr. Affelt, that we talked about is in there.
Okay.
Yes, I'm fairly certain that we didn't miss a thing.
Okay. Well, I have one that jumped out to me in particular, which is there, but it's not exactly, but I'll save that one for after public comment. I think that's my main clarifying question. Here's a clarifying question. Are there differences in the year 2 and 3 actions as compared to year 1 actions? Or is it just a cut and paste of, we're going to do the same thing we did? I mean, the difference being continue doing what we did last year, or is there any kind of, which can be fine, maybe for all of them, or probably most of the actions, but maybe some there are progressions that are happening, or we're going to do something, we can't do it this year, but we think we're going to do that in year 2 or year 3. Is there any differences along those lines?
Both years 2 and 3 are different from year 1 and different from each other. We did populate years 2 and 3 with the year 1 actions, and then adjusted them when just adjustments were needed. So in some cases, we did say just continue because that felt like the authentic thing to do. In some cases, we took things out completely that were really just a one-time launch. There was just some other slight modifications where we would make a change to year 1. What we haven't done yet is sat down to think what new things would we do and add to years 2 and 3. We didn't have time to do that. So it doesn't reflect any brand new initiatives in years 2 and 3.
Well, that, I would actually feel more comfortable if we did that next year with a broader set of stakeholders.
Sure, yes.
Anyway.
Yeah, right.
Instead of trying to make that up on the fly now.
Right.
That's what, but starting in the fall, we should be having those conversations to figure that out.
Yes.
Absolutely, and just a reminder to the board, I'm very happy that Ms. McDonald, as of about a week ago, is now a full-time employee with us, so that will be a helpful difference for us.
Do we have any public comment on this item? Mr. Donahue?
Without directly looking at your numbers, I'm just, as a concerned citizen, it seems to me our school district is making some major changes in years 2 and 3, given the new facility and all of the additional new programming that's coming. So I'm just concerned, as you are, about that. Like as it is now, it's I guess difficult to project exactly what some of this is going to cost, or am I asking the right questions about years 2 and 3? I assume that this is still a little bit of a question mark for your really projecting out what's going to happen with the new facility and new programming. So that's, that's more of a question.
I think this is primarily, and John, you probably can explain it easier than I can. It's what we are primarily looking at, Mr. Donahue, Councilmember Donahue, is with a new funding formula from the state. We're going based on the current projections as well from the state. So the state has currently projected a certain new additional amount of money for the upcoming year. That money has to be used for new or improved services for our unduplicated students. So we have, because we have that solid number for the upcoming year. That's very helpful, so we can continue to add positive programs and services for our students. Going out 2 more years for the years 2 and 3 after the upcoming year. We are also basing that on current projections from the state that we have and a formula that we're using. So assuming that the economy, and we hope the economy continues to do well, but we are currently going on the governor's current plan that seems to be still rolling along. And Mr. Affelt, you may want to add to that.
If I understand your question, this is a strategic plan that we're now required to adopt and update every year. And this is about describing our program wherever it's housed. So these changes, like a career center, will physically start next year at the Santa Fe site at the high school, and then it will follow the students to the new site. I don't think that there are cost implications by where it happens for these programs. We're going to have a music teacher that's going to serve, the elementary population. The cost issues come up on the separate conversation about if we split everyone, or if we have everyone at if we have everyone at ECCL eventually in years 2 and 3, versus having some at the current NEH sites and some, are there cost implications about that? And that's a conversation we're going to be having when we all reconvene in the new school year. We're going to figure out how to try to do that, and that's going to be a community conversation and a study session of the board. So that piece is to be continued. Yeah. Ms. Miles. Oh, can you? Yeah, we want you. We want you on camera and.
Just looking over your LCAP real quickly, and I may have missed it. Originally, when teachers started off in last year's program, working on this, there was a large portion of this that was addressed to the adoption of new materials and new adopted core materials. And I don't see at what point that is indicated in here. So could you let me know that, where that is?
So,
For example, our open court materials are raggedy, missing pages, we don't have books.
I can address it. So, Ms. Miles, the district has a certain level of materials money set aside for to replace materials as teachers or the school sites requested. That money is still available and still there. We have never shied away from supporting the school site or the teachers when they need materials. So,
The question, I'm sorry,
so that's okay. So as far as I know, I'm fairly certain we do have. I want to say it's about, we have 237,000 is the amount, like 300,000 set aside, Ms. Miles, when the school, and I know that Ms. McDonald is going to be working with Ms. Lang and teachers on this over the summer and into the fall. As soon as we can determine the best way to go with language arts materials, because I think that's a good example.
The new adoption.
A new adoption, right.
Right.
And you know that the difficulty that all districts have been struggling with publishers claiming that they're Common Core aligned and not really being so. So we're all anticipating and all anxious to make that happen. So Ms. McDonald, that's going to be one of her big tasks coming into the fall.
Okay, and when do you anticipate that will be happening? Based on the fact that we're missing pages and.
If you need materials from your
You
from
would
your
be
current,
ordering,
I'm
yeah.
sorry, if you from your current I know it's an old adoption, then all you need to do is let the principal know, or you can Ms. McDonald can address it.
Okay, thank you.
So we did increase the line item in the LCAP to 300,000, in large part because of the English language arts need and the math need at the high school. We didn't put any language about adoption. We just put that the materials need was there, but it was at 237 and we upped it. That's got to be in place before the school starts. So how that's going to work, because it's ended, is a bit of a guess. But we have started. So and we're meeting with Ms. Lang and getting that going, so that at the beginning of the year we have some new writing and reading curriculum. And I would definitely need teachers, input on that in terms of at the beginning of the year to do some PD and stuff. So, but that's definitely a priority for us. And the math as well is in there to continue to have, that's a separate issue in the LCAP.
So, I'm sorry, if I heard that correctly, you're saying you and Mr. Rubio are going to decide what we're going to adopt, is that accurate?
No, 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 no.
Have we formed
I
teacher
think-
committees and really had them look at what's out there, or?
Not for English and language arts, we have not done that yet.
I see.
Our focus this year was on math.
I see.
Can I just say, it's a little bit tricky with the Common Core implementation with that shift, because there aren't really great materials lots of great materials yet to look at and adopt. So there's this need to have something in place, because the open court it's a bit out of date, and yet we don't have time to go through a whole year adoption process right off. It's what we did with the math. We gave people good materials to use for the year. So we will be looking to give materials to teachers to use, and thinking about the adoption, about an official adoption process.
Yeah. And so I do want to go back to Mr. Donahue's comment on looking out for 3 or 4 years. One of the purposes of the LCAP is really to, well, it's in the name, it's the idea of this local control and really giving communities a say in what's going on. And you know, and I asked this question 2 weeks ago, and I really look at what we have done to engage faculty and students, and you know, so much of this stuff was in June, and none of it is called LCAP, and none of it is agendized, and none of it is, you know, school site teams. I'm really worried we're repeating the mistakes of last year, where we're generating a document, and you know, Ms. Miles, I'm wondering, were the teachers involved in this? Does the teacher's voice really reflected in this document?
I would say absolutely, and I would probably disagree with your look at this, your perception of this. We've had a lot of outreach. There wasn't anything I could think of more that we could have done in January, with the mailing to all the parents, the website, the robocalls to get people involved. We've had teachers involved for months. Ms. Wren was involved, just a second, I'm sorry. Ms. Wren was involved, as well as Ms. Eliason, as was Mr. Burns, as was Mr. Miles, as was Ms. Johnson, as was Ms. Miller. So they've been all involved on constant action committees, and that work is helping us and has helped us with this. And then we've had meetings with parents at the school sites that were publicized and attended. So I think we did a pretty good job in terms of outreach.
Yeah. And that troubles me that you think that, because when you hold a visioning meeting and robocall and say we're going to do visioning, as opposed to saying we're going to have an LCAP meeting or discuss the LCAP or throw the template out there, they're very different meetings.
I don't agree with you, and I think, to be honest with you,
throw the LCAP template out at the meeting?
Excuse me just a second. I don't agree with you, and I would say that
Yeah.
we are trying to be strategic in our outreach, not to throw acronyms out to parents, and when we invite them to events, we want to let them know what the basis of the work is that we're doing, and just to try to make sure we are not confusing people when we explain the LCAP in other meetings as we went along in the spring.
Okay, yeah, again, I'm not sure how calling something what it is confusing to parents, and I'm disturbed that you think that they're so easily confused by something like the Local Control Accountability Plan. It's a pretty descriptive name. And so again, I go back to this idea that, you know, most districts have LCAP meeting after LCAP meeting, and I'm looking at your list, and you're throwing a principal's coffee in there as a meeting, and that's, you know, that's not a planning meeting. That's not you know.
I'll tell you, that was a great meeting with parents. I think Board Member Affelt was present. We actually passed around some of I think the first 2 goals of from the visioning work, and it was in that meeting, actually, the parents were very adamant that we need to get after-school tutoring, and that ended up in the LCAP plan. So I appreciate your opinion. I guess my opinion is different on this, but I feel like we did our best on this, and we've done a much better job than we did last year.
Oh, I don't disagree with you that you did your best. I don't disagree with that at all. I just think whether or not it raises the standard that we need to meet is where we disagree. I just find it very challenging that we don't have a single meeting where we tell the community, hey, we're going to work on our LCAP now, and we invite people to come in. I mean, this is, again, it goes back to what Mr. Donahue said, of we're planning 2-3 years out, and one of the things that we have failed to do all along is to bring teachers in, to bring the community in. You know, we keep making these plans that nobody agrees with. you know, and so we throw them a bone. I mean, I love that, you know, Mr. Affelt said tonight, you know, the board has been so benevolent, we've given a band teacher. We did because we put it in the parcel tax. You know, we have to have a band teacher. We have to have an art teacher. It's not because we as a board have decided that this is what our kids deserve. It's because we promised the voters, if you give us money, we'll give you a band teacher. We'll give your kids an art teacher. This is just, we do this backwards every time. We come up with this top-down plan, and we hold a meeting, and we tell people, hey, this is what we're doing. You know, and that's what the visioning process was. That's what I said in January. And that's what the follow-up meetings are. And the visioning process, you know, we spent $7,000+ on this visioning process when we should have been LCAPing and really throwing the template out there and talking to people, hey, these are our goals, these are our priorities. This ties to the funding. You know, it's not a top-down process of, oh, you know what, tutoring's not a bad idea, we'll throw that on our plan. It really should be, what are the community's goals? What does the community want out of this plan? This is, you know, I mean, it's your document that says school site councils need to be involved. It's, you know, your document that says that this is a statutory requirement, not just a good idea, you know? And so I'm really taken aback. And again, I agree with you. This is probably the best, you know, laid plans, but we need to be more explicit and tell people and then listen and not just say, hey, this is the plan. So, yeah.
Thank you for that. There's a lot in there that I agree with. I think actually last year we probably reached more people. I think this year the people that were reached more deeply, and I think we need to improve. We need to improve on both fronts. I think we should be seeing more extensive engagement, more numbers, and I think the outreach was pretty good because the meetings that I went to, some of our most involved parents said, yeah, well, I'm here because I heard 5 different ways that there was going to, be this meeting about the planning for so I figured it was important. So that's good that somebody heard 5 different ways. But then, the meetings were set during times that worked for staff and teachers, and so teachers were disproportionately represented. They didn't necessarily work at times on weekends or at nights or evenings where parents could come. So I think there are things we need to do better to improve the extensiveness of the outreach in terms of are we getting our parents, as many as possible, involved. I think it's fine to do it at a PTO meeting or a coffee and in as many venues as we can. I think that's fine. I also think we should do a town hall, community-style engagement and more than once to, as you suggest, have a vision, LCAP visioning process that does it. So I think we're learning like every district in the state, and I think it's a growth process. As I said, the Parent Advisory Committee, it was 4 people. I mean, that's not a very big Parent Advisory Committee. But there were good ideas in the Parent Advisory Committee, and they made it into the LCAP. And, their number 1 point was we need more like systematic monitoring of student performance and grade level collaboration. I was like, that's exactly right, and something we're doing through the Mills teacher training program to try to get to that. And that's in here, $34,000. And Ms. Lang is paying attention to that as well. So I agree with a lot of what you're saying. I guess I don't, I wouldn't say it in quite the same tone, but we have different personalities. I think we can do better, and I think a lot of good was done, and I think not enough overall, and we need to do better. So I'd like to see, as I said, more engagement in how we do this. In terms of the parcel tax, like, the parcel tax is an authorization to spend money on the items that are in there. It's not a promise that everything will be fully funded. And it's, you know, so that, in any event, I'm just gonna, you know, stop there because we didn't, I think, fully and finally conclude. Is there any other public comment? Because we kind of got started to go off astray here a little bit. So let's finish public comment on this, and the board is going to refrain from answering questions, and then we'll have the finish our discussion on this end. Please.
Did you object to me asking a question earlier?
I have no problem with people asking questions during public comment, and I have no problem with people answering questions that are asked or referring them to staff, as is board policy. My,
That's the question, I just wanted a clarification.
yeah, my objection earlier was that we are selective as to who we let respond to the president's report, and we have not been in the habit of taking comments or questions on the board president's report, and I didn't want to set that precedent.
This is sort of a reminder.
So,
Measure A passed in 2003. Don't know how to use it. I've never spoken to one before. Is it working?
Yes.
It was supposed to pay for 2 librarians, art, science, and music. And I understand you say that it doesn't guarantee that all those programs will be funded. However, when the music teacher, Mr. Caraway, died at Anna Yates, his position was not replaced and there was no music program, which made me furious because the music department is very dear to my heart. I donated instruments to the music department, which eventually got stolen. I read somewhere in one of the agendas that the music teacher was going to be replaced. Do you have a music teacher now? Or
We're
are you
looking.
still looking for one?
We're looking.
That was one of the 3 that is still being looked for.
Or you're still searching for a music teacher? And that teacher is going to be paid from LCAP funds and not parcel tax?
That's correct. Is that right? I mean, we have,
That's correct. That would, Ms. Minamoto, that would be helpful to our overall budget to make sure we're taking.
Well, it looks like a shell game to me. If you're taking money from a parcel tax and not replacing the music teacher, and yet you still don't have a music teacher, but you're going to pay him or her from LCAP. I don't get it.
Well,
Thank you.
Okay, our priority, Ms. Minamoto, is that the students have a music teacher. Thank you.
Having a what?
That they have a music teacher. Thank you.
But you said you don't have a music teacher yet.
Ms. Minamoto, we are working on, we are interviewing music teachers.
Thank you.
Thank you.
and see here again, I thought Brian had public comment already on this, has he not? Or is this he first? I don't know.
Okay, I would like to add my voice to the previous speaker and to Mr. Pats regarding the music teacher. So I disagree with the board president who says that the parcel tax A and K that said right in it, if you vote for this, you know, you give more money to the schools, you vote yes, I mean, you pay more money to the school district, and with that money, we will do a list of things. One of them was have a music teacher. That is a promise. Mr. Affelt just told us that's not a promise, but in fact, it is a promise. So, and then, so you're wrong in that regard, Mr. Affelt. Also, I did notice, as Mr. Pats pointed out, that tonight here, the board president sort of intimated that it's through his and I guess the district's good graces that we're going to get a music teacher through the LCAP. No, we're going to get a music teacher because that's what the people of the taxpayers of Emeryville, the voters of Emeryville voted for, and that's why we're going to get a music teacher. We're still waiting, but I don't know if you said it that way because of a lack of understanding, or if you said it that way because you're trying to take away from the Measure K, and then to move. I'm not quite sure what was there a calculation why you said it that way, and it's upsetting, a little upsetting, a little disturbing to me. It seems, if you're mistaken, it seems it's just a little disconcerting. I mean, I think you're a smart person, and I think you should be on top of stuff like this. We were promised a music teacher. The people that voted for that were voting for a music teacher, and they're paying, money, property taxes, additional property taxes, special additional property taxes. That's what a parcel tax measure is, for a music teacher. So, let's make sure we understand this. And thank you very much.
Okay. Any other public comment on this item? Okay. I did have a few questions about particular items, but before I get down to the nittier grittier stuff, are there any other general comments from the board? Discussion about this?
I just
Yeah.
have a brief question pertaining to the 4 new district goals. Are they listed on the district website?
They are now listed on the district website, yes. Thank you. After the board approved them, I believe that was in
All right.
May, yes.
I recently visited the website, and for some reason it wasn't there. I think it's under construction, or somehow it wasn't.
It should be there
Okay.
now, I believe, yeah. We've been recently working on the website.
Okay, great, thank you.
Okay, Ms. McDonald, these are probably items for you to come back and respond to. But while you're standing up there, let me ask a more general question to the superintendent. There's a lot of new technology purchases in here. Odyssey Ware at the high school to help with the AP courses and credit recovery.
Mhm.
Montari Safari Montage to bring video streaming into the classroom of Common Core content,
Correct.
which will also be translated
Mhm.
into, is it beyond Spanish? Are there other languages? as
Right now,
Spanish?
it's just English primarily, and currently many videos are in Spanish as
Not
well.
Arabic or Punjabi?
No.
Okay, all right, but at least in the Spanish and
Mhm. And then
those-
controllable in terms of speech rate, speed, and a lot of videos with closed captioning as well.
and so that could be slowed down for that.
Yes.
The early, what's it, Waterford?
Waterford Early Learning, it used to be called Waterford Early Learning Literacy. It's now Waterford Early Learning Reading, correct?
Yeah, for the TK through 3 grades.
That's right, and we have used those. We've seen that used, and I've seen that used for older we've seen an uptick in the number of students coming from Yemen and other places who have very little English background, so even older students could use it as well.
Yeah, so the substantive question is, it seems like there's a lot of new stuff to download and use effectively.
Mhm.
Do we have a plan to actually effectively train our teachers, use this, monitor, see how it's working, see if we don't like it? There's
Yes.
a lot to do in 1 year.
There's a lot to do. We had started piloting Waterford in the springtime with Miss Elias and students, so we can get their feedback as well. And Ms. McDonald and I will be working this summer on the other aspects of planning. I currently believe we're going to probably need to embed some of the training into the 2 August training days that we have coming up with teachers before the beginning of the year. And then we'll have to have some other ongoing training. Some of the software, though, it's Waterford. I'll give you an example. It doesn't take much training. The software is it assesses the students, and the software directs and learns where the students' weaknesses are, and it's very self-directing for students.
All right. In terms of particulars, speaking of the parcel tax, last year we had a pretty comprehensive, I thought, chart of of the parcel tax. Just even though it was sort of supplemental to the LCAP, not required, We put it in, just so people could see, this is what we spent our,
Mhm.
you know,
Absolutely.
million, yeah.
We
Is
can-
that something we can do to
We-
this?
We can. We, actually, we were, we were down to the wire up to 5 PM today, adding the parcel tax actually is reflected in your budget expenditure summary now in the document.
100%?
Uh,
Marginally last time I saw.
Probably it's running at about 2.5 million, but it won't be as detailed or as visually helpful as what you're referring to.
Yeah.
We did work on a pie graph today, and I'm sorry, I'm realizing now that you're saying this, that did not get included. So with your direction, we can go ahead and attach that to the document.
I think if the rest of the board's in agreement, that would be a
Yeah,
helpful,
yeah.
transparent move.
Yeah.
Yeah, so why don't you do that? On page 17 of 144, the priority 3, parental involvement, I was these are the annual measurable outcomes. I was just confused what this is referring to. There were 6 major action items included in the current 15-16 LCAP, as listed in Section 1, stakeholder engagement. Does that mean, by current, do you mean the 14-15? Or this is the 15-16 LCAP that we've been asked to approve? Page 17.
It refers to the 6 major action items in this LCAP.
In this LCAP.
Yeah.
And what are those 6 items, where in
Those are
stakeholder?
listed in the section 3A at the bottom.
It says stakeholder engagement, which is section 1. So that 6 major as listed in section 1. All right, so now I'm going back to section 1, which is the stakeholder engagement section. And see, the word influence is misspelled, but there's a listing of 6 things on page 6. The impact on the LCAP from parent influence include, number 1, after-school tutoring, number 2. But I don't think that's what you mean by a parent involvement metric.
That is what that's referring to.
That's what that's referring to. And we're gonna, I see.
So the
We're gon-
idea would
yes.
be to increase it in the coming years as monitored by the engagement with these various groups.
I see. So you're saying you want to increase the number of items that make it into the LCAP from parent action committees?
Or that results in school site implementation. I think we just need to add to that sentence. So the idea was that we would be increasing the number of items that are implemented at the school site or that end up in the LCAP based on parent input. So we can go ahead and clarify that. It looks like we just need to add a little bit to that sentence.
Okay, how about at least 20% each year?
Okay, then increase at least 20%. Yes.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay, well where's the metric? I thought we had a metric. Is it in a different section about the regular meetings of the site council and the, is that under goal 2 or 3?
Maybe goal 3. I'd have to take, let me just take a look.
Yes, there it is, on page 37. Or no, that's the same thing. I think that was goal 2, though. not in goal 2.
So goal 3 has 3 AMOs under priority 3.
Yes, on page 64. Yes, so number 17, school site councils need to be functioning and meeting regularly. Need to develop effective and LCAP-aligned school site plans, while the LCAP parent advisory committees need to review the progress of the LCAP every quarter. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, you're right, there are 3 in there. Okay, those are in there. Want to make sure that was there. While we're back on page 6, I spotted 2 typos in 1 page. We need to, where the 6 action items are listed on page 6. So the second column there, first line, other parents met in advisory committee capacities. Needs an S, it's in advisory.
Page 6?
Yeah, I can send these to you via email, I just want to make sure. Yeah, page 6 of 144, second column. Later, other parents met, the very first line,
Yep.
Oh, I see it.
advisory. And then the third line, influence, has an extra C in it. There's an edit, I think, on page 7, left over from the first reading, that can just be taken out, because it refers in the middle of the page to your meeting with students going to happen, and then it did happen, and it's reported at the bottom of the page. So I think you can just delete the everything from the word "and the director of instruction is meeting" on. We dealt with that. On page 19, this is just for clarification. In the budgeted expenditures column, discussing the single subject PE teacher. It says certificated personnel salary supplemental 59,000. I suggest we add base 54,000 to reflect that's a combination.
Mr. Afflet, I'm sorry, I remember you had the suggestion, I don't know if you recall, unfortunately, the software template we're using won't allow us to pick more than one fund. We would have to, what we would have to do, and we could do, we'd have to relist it, we may have done that, let me see.
I thought you did it with the ESS science teacher. You
Yeah,
had
we.
one supplemental and one concentration. So if you can do it.
We can break it apart, we just have to, we have to bring it down to the
Yeah.
bottom of the next page, of the
Yeah,
next.
yeah.
So would you like us to
If
do
you
that?
can do it, I think it,
Like a
and
part 2?
indicating it's the same person again.
Got it, okay.
And then on page 22, action 7, the second full paragraph on the action column, it starts continue the 14-15 partially supplemental concentrate. You see where I'm at? Yeah. So that paragraph needs to reflect, as we discussed, that you confirm that the interventions that occur with those teachers tend to be primarily low-income and English learner students.
Yes, we would have justified that in section 3, though. Would you want that language here as well? We thought that was the appropriate place. Maybe I missed what you were saying.
I would put it in both places. It's
Okay.
just the fact that it says that it services to all students, which is accurate, is misleading.
Got it.
Because it is open to all, and that's fine. But the
Okay.
reason we're doing it with our supplemental funds are because they're, our experience is proving that those are primarily low-income and EL students.
Gotcha.
I think those. I would recommend, there are like some, I think in the annual update, some blank pages, starting with goal 4, because we only had 3 goals through 10. And we probably just, if we can, just want to delete those, because it looks like
I figured out a way to
we
do it.
didn't do our job on goal
Goals
updating
4
4
through
through
12,
10.
yeah.
We didn't have 4.
We'll make it a PDF, and we have a piece of software that'll let us delete those
Okay.
pages.
All right. Yeah, wherever there's sort of blanks that are unnecessary, that just adds paper and is misleading. Yeah, as I said, I haven't really had time to see if all the edits, I'll take you at your word, that made it into section 3. It is better organized and clearer what the items are and how much supplemental concentration is being dedicated to each item, and you added the chart at the end, which summarizes it even more clearly, so I appreciate those changes.
I think item number 4 was also added after we were going through it with you, instead of the 3. And if you notice in the beginning of section 3, they're now 4.
Yes.
That was one of your edits.
Yes.
And the language
Yeah.
is clear within each one as well.
Yes. You didn't capture my edit on the sentence that starts a little below that with the efforts described here are principally directed.
Let me see, let me get.
I'm on the same page, I'm sorry, 140, section 3A. Near the bottom, the efforts described here are principally directed toward the district goal of increasing student outcomes.
You're
Is
saying
it-
we didn't capture that?
Not completely, so I'm going to give you my
Oh,
edits
sorry,
to
yeah,
the
'cause
edit.
that was as fast as I could write what you.
Okay, right.
That's 100% you there. So
That's pretty good, okay. So maybe I didn't articulate well. So, principally directed toward the district goal of increasing student outcomes in the 8 state priority areas for, insert our unduplicated students, who are, insert the students struggling the most based on our experience.
Got it, okay.
Although, and then instead of so, delete so, insert although, the actions taken may also reach and benefit other students as well. So sort of a similar articulation to the last point.
Okay.
The 3B percentage, the proportionality percentage, 17.41, is that what the number is? It just wouldn't fit the 1? Is that why it bled over?
I'm sorry, it should, let me just turn to the page. Oh, yes, I'm sorry, it's 17.41.
Okay, can we make it fit, or that's just?
I will
just
check, I have a
works.
bad feeling that I can't adjust that.
Okay. Well, it could be 17.4 then.
I'll make it
Maybe.
17.4.
I don't know if we have to add the 1, but. This is a good expenditure summary, and I appreciate the 3 different ways that staff displayed it, but total expenditures by, this is total expenditure in the LCAP, which I should say, for those who might be interested in watching at home, very few districts have done a good job of capturing, as they're supposed to, all of their expenditures in the LCAP. Most just talk about the supplemental concentration expenditures. This is supposed to be a strategic planning, comprehensive strategic planning document. It says it right here in the instructions. That means all of our LCFF dollars that we're spending on the 8 state priorities.
It was a
So-
lot of work for us, so
Yes.
we're glad you're
Yes,
mentioning it. Thank
so
you.
you were,
It was about 6 hours.
you're doing what you should be doing,
Yeah.
but you're doing a much better job in that respect than most, nearly all districts in the state. And then you even divided it 3 different ways to sort of let people see the different ways you could analyze
Yes.
how all those expenditures, and you added what you're not required to, but you did, federal Title I.
That's
and-
correct.
And other money in there. I don't think you have special ed money in here, do you?
I don't believe so, no.
Okay, something to add in the future
Okay.
would be good, that's not insignificant. And if we get the parcel tax, you've got the parcel tax in here
It's
to
in
the
there.
extent it's integrated.
Yes.
If that's how I understand it. To the extent the parcel tax is integrated with specific actions, it's in here.
That's correct.
But there's other parcel
And-
tax stuff
Which is reflected, at least financially, in those numbers
as well.
as well.
So you
It's
think
not-
all parcel tax are?
Well, it's
are almost-
just mathematically, to be honest, outside of the actions in the LCAP, so it's not as detailed as would be the graph probably.
Okay, but you're gonna give us
Yes,
the
we're gonna add that.
appendix with that. So that does a fairly good job of transparency about
Mhm.
all of the district's expenditures and its alignment with the strategic plan for the district. So-
Yes, that was the intent, yeah.
So thank you both, and Dorsu, and whoever else worked on the expenditure piece, but I appreciate that. So I'm gonna look through section 3 again more closely, and if there's something really bad in there, we may have to have another hearing to amend the LCAP, but I'm assuming you got it.
We anticipated that, Mr.
Okay.
Alpha.
All right. Any other board comments? No. I think my fellow board members are ready to move this item.
Actually, I do have one
Yes.
from Ms. McDonald.
Excellent.
I'm sorry to keep you here. Just a quick thing. I know you'd indicated that there was an increase in, or at least monies available for new material, and some of that has been implemented as we speak. Have you garnered any type of feedback from the recipients of the new material? I mean, is it well placed? I mean, I'm just trying to get a feel for kind of the communications of the program.
I would just add first, and Mr. McDonald can add on. We did start to survey the teachers back in January as we prepared for the first vision meetings. I don't know if you recall, but in that 35-page document, which is pretty heavy, we had a graph of the teachers who responded and what they thought of the new math Common Core curriculum, and it was quite the bell curve. We had teachers who said, "Wow, I'm finally getting it. This is amazing. I can't believe it." We had a lot of teachers somewhere in the middle, and we had a few teachers saying, "I hate it." So it kind of ran the gamut, which was interesting and maybe to be expected, but Ms. McDonald has some familiarity with it as well. I don't know if you've gotten any feedback in the spring or recently.
No, other than just speaking with Ms. Lang mostly about where she thinks the implementation is with the math that we bought last year and what the needs are. And then in my conversations with teachers, we did do also a survey on a professional development survey where we asked teachers what they needed, and a lot of them reflected that they needed extra support in the math. So, but I think it's still, and I would expect this with the Common Core math implementation, that it is still more or less a bell curve that we're seeing.
Thanks for reminding me about the materials point that Ms. Miles brought up. Yeah, if you have any materials that are inadequate, insufficient, do let staff know, And we got to get those replaced. Even if we haven't done a new adoption yet, we got to get those replaced. Every student is entitled to full access to whatever materials we are currently using. Everyone gets one. a complete-
Wasn't there a court case about that?
Yes, there was, actually. Thank you for reminding me. Williams v. California, you can sit down, in which I was a lead counsel. And Ms. Miles, you can file, if you don't get a response from the district, a Williams complaint. Should be a notice. Yeah, right outside, on your door that tells you how to do that. And I'm sure you know how to. So, and we got to respond within 30 days to get that fixed. But hopefully it doesn't come to a complaint other than just letting us know. Okay, awesome.
No other.
Okay. Do we have a motion to adopt the District 1516 LCAP?
I will move adoption.
Second?
Go ahead.
Okay, second.
Okay, Mr. Merriam is seconded. Roll call, please.
Member Ash?
Yes.
Member Merriam?
Yes.
Member Pats?
No.
President Affeldt?
Yes. The motion is carried. The LCAP is adopted by a vote of 3-1. The next item up is the budget. Superintendent, you want to introduce that?
Good evening again. The purpose of this item is to present to the board the budget for the 2015-16 school year for your review and consideration for approval. Ms. Dora Sue is with us again tonight.
So good evening. Tonight, we're going to have the second reading of the 15-16 adopted budget. But before I start off with the adopted budget, I would like to express the appreciation to the board and also to the superintendent regarding the patience given to me for the last several days, especially regarding the uploading of the supporting document on the adopted budget. Even though I received the position funding information last week, I wasn't able to work on the budget because last week was the payroll cutoff. And as you know, June is the last month payroll for the fiscal year. There are quite a few manual adjustments that I need to take care of. So that's why I wasn't able to look at the budget until actually it was Saturday and Sunday. So again, I appreciate the patience that you guys given to me. So let's start looking at the adopted budget. So this is the second reading of the 15-16 budget. And these are the same goals. We are trying to maintain a balanced budget. And also we're trying to get the district in a fiscal healthy condition. So these are the income side of the 15-16 adopted budget. The LCFF is $5.9 million. Federal income, $270,000. The state income is $673,000. The local income is $2.8 million. And the SELPA, special ed transfer in money, is $370,000, make a total of $10 million for Emery. And the expenditures, again, they break it down by salary and non-salary account. The certificated salary is $4.6 million. Classified salary, $774,000. Employee benefits, $2.4 million. Books and supplies, $191,000. Contracts and services is $1.77 million. indirect cost is negative 26,000. And the 250,000 is the general fund contribution to the food services program. And the contribution to the special ed and the routine maintenance come to $903,000. So the fund balance, July 1st, 2015, we are projected to have a carryover $2.4 million beginning balance from 14-15 to 15-16. And with the decrease and increase of the fund balance, we are projected to get an ending balance as of June 30 of 2016 at $2.5 million. And on this slide, it listed the different components of the ending fund balance. And the 4% reserve in this case for 15-16 is $400,000. And on the income side, I want to show the board what is the change from the first reading to the second reading. So basically, on the income side, there is a total of close to $2,000 increase. And the Medi-Cal billing is a decrease of $1,328. And there is a $3,000 increase on the other local unrestricted money. And after the update, the expenditures are increased by $79,000. And here's the list to make up that $79,000 from the first reading to the second reading. As you can see on this slide, most of the increase on the expenditures are coming from the contract and services, which mainly coming out from the SNC, which is the supplemental and concentration funding. What we are doing compared to the first reading is there are some positions that originally funded by SNC are being taken out from SNC. And now, so that's why these money, the $77,000 that listed on this slide, are being put in the services, assuming that we are in 100% spending in the supplemental and concentration.
I'm not sure I followed that.
Okay, in the first reading,
Go ahead, maybe the
I-
superintendent.
Do you want me to elaborate?
Okay.
Just to elaborate, there was some positions, one that comes to mind, I think, was the technology teacher position, because we're not using that 100% of supplemental funding for that this upcoming year. We've reduced, I think, that, well, we're reducing the science, well, we're paying for 25% only of the science resource position, and we're not paying at all for the technology position.
Well, last year, we added, it was a recommendation from the site council
Correct,
to have a technology teacher.
correct.
We adopted an LCAP, and that ended up being paid for. It was a new service.
Right.
We decided not to continue that service.
Right.
So that is going back basically to a librarian position.
Correct.
Being funded out of base.
That's right, so which causes an adjustment because Dorsey was running at the time off of assuming some of the same positions being funded fully as
Okay.
what it was last year.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah.
And so, but how does that go to contracts and services?
oh, it's just a holding point right now
Ah.
to put it under non-salary account from salary account. So what happened in the first
So
meeting?
it's not that we encumbered 77,000 more in
No,
contracts and
it-
services?
It's just the budget was put in there right now at this
Okay.
time.
All right. It's
But-
one of those places we're parking something that we might use for something else.
That's right.
Okay.
So basically, in the first reading, there are some position that we thought it's going to be funded by supplemental and concentration grant. And now, after finalize the confirmation of the position funding, they are taken out and being funded by parcel tax. So now you have all these available money that in the S&C funding that you need to spend. So that's why I need to put it in a holding bucket to make sure that we are spending 100% of the S&C money.
I see. So is that 77,000 supplemental and concentration
Yes.
funds?
Mhm.
So that's, in effect, we could still we have more money to do something with.
In
For
a way, under the
15.6, why, so shouldn't we be spending that?
in a way, under the S&C program, yes, you are having more money because you are no longer funding these positions. Instead of funding it under the salary expenditures, you are moving these money to the non-salary account. In this case, I'm putting in the contracts as a holding bucket. But
Yeah, I'm not, my question is as to the timing, and maybe it's more a superintendent. Should,
That's spent, I think it might help you. I
It's
believe
expenses?
That's already allocated in the LCAP. We've fully expended the S&C for next year.
okay.
So that might
that-
help, I think,
Yeah.
clarify. So Dorsu, that's not 79,000 of S&C money, I don't believe, is it?
which one?
The 79,000, that is general fund money, isn't it?
I heard you say it was basically converted back to base, and maybe is being is unused general fund money.
Right now, the 15-16 budget is assuming 100% spending on the S&C funding, which is 170,000. And you will see there will be a projected income coming in from the supplemental and concentration funding come to 870,000. And you will see on the budget, all the expenditure will come to 870,000.
Okay. Then I'm satisfied.
Yeah. And the contributions come to 903,000. So special ed, again, is 597,000. Ongoing maintenance is 306,000. I believe last time I pointed to the board that starting in 15-16 is a minimum of 3% of the district total expenditures. In this case, 3% of the total district expenditure, it comes to 302,000. So we have to make a contribution into the routine maintenance, a minimum of 302,000.
Is that based on the JOA with the city? Or
No.
Is that a state law?
It's a state
minimum of 3%?
regulation.
Okay.
Yeah. And this is a summarized version of the multi-year projection, and you will see the detailed one in the legal size spreadsheet. It will tell you much more details on that spreadsheet. But I'm not going to repeat all the numbers in here, but I want to point it out. In 14-15 and 15-16, we are allowed to do journal entry, moving all the custodian salary and benefits from the general fund to the RDA money, which is Fund 25. But we can no longer do that in 16-17 and 17-18, and you will see that big negative number that you see if you go income minus expenditures. You will see the big negative number in 16-17 and 17-18. So that's the side that the district is back to deficit spending condition in those 2 years.
That's if enrollment doesn't change, is what you're saying, right?
Yes, that's right. The enrollment is going to be covered on the next assumptions PowerPoint that we are going to look at. It's the same assumption on the enrollment and ADA. And the multi-year projection is clearly showing there is no deficit spending in the 15-16, but deficit spending in the next 2 subsequent years. But we can maintain the designated 4% required reserve in all 3 years. So therefore, the staff recommends a positive certification of the 15-16 adopted budget. But before we go to question, I want to point to the assumptions again that we went over last time in the first reading. So these are the same assumptions that most of them are the same, except there are a couple assumption changes that we have. If compared to the first reading, it's different. One of them is there is a little bit change on the custodian salary benefit to RDA. It's only a tiny change. I think last time, in the first reading on 14-15, we have 363,000, but this time we have 364,000. I believe this is an old one, Lisa. This is an old one that we had in the first reading. It's not the new one that I updated in the second reading. But anyway, I'm going to go over the changes that I made compared to the first reading. On the second reading, the changes are under the custodian salary and benefit to RDA, 1415. It was 363,000 before. Right now it's 364,000. So it's only a change of over $1,000.
Yeah, and that's the one that's online.
Oh, is that right? So
Yeah.
this is an old one.
Yeah.
And then 1516, it was 361,415. Now it's 361,359. And then the second change that I made is regarding the PERS rate in 1617. It was 15% before 1.5, but right now it's 13.05%. And then on the next page, under the supplemental and concentration grant, 1516, 1617, and 1718, they were all changed. So 1516, it was 879,000. Now it's 870,000. 1617, it was $1 million. Right now it's come to 1.036. And then 1718, it was 1.133 million. Now it's 1.137. So these are all tiny changes that we made this time. And on the position funding, which is starting on page 3, I'm just going to let you know what being changed from the first reading to the second reading. On the PE vacancy, it was no longer funded by general fund. It's now funded by S&C, which is supplemental and concentration. And then there is no change on the next page, but there is change on the following page, which is the one that you will see. A total of FTE for the certificated staff is 50.6, and that's the page. The change was on the first one, position number 167, which is the NEA science teacher. Instead of 100% supplemental and concentration, now it's 25% supplemental and concentration and 75% of partial tax. And then the next one is position 219. The teacher position at NEA, it was 80% general fund and 20% partial tax, and now the whole 100% is partial tax. And then the last change on this page is on position number 224. The job description is being changed teacher on special assignment. It was changed now back to teacher. And the funding was, it was 100% S&C, which is supplemental and concentration. Now it's being changed to 25% supplemental and concentration and 75% partial tax. And the next page is the classified personnel. The total FTE is still the same, it's 13.5. The change made was for the 2 IAs. Instead of 100% supplemental and concentration, now each of them are 50% supplemental and concentration and 50% partial tax on position 222. But the other position 223, the 50% is coming out from EPA. And there is no change on the management FTE. They are still at a total of 11 total FTE for the management. So that is all I have for tonight. So any questions on the adopted budget?
It's not adopted yet, but
Okay,
you mean
all
the
right. Yeah,
proposed
okay.
budget. Did you have a question? Where in our multi-year projection here,
Okay.
I don't know that you have it up there, is the one-time discretionary money that came in the May revise this year, that went up to, well, it was $600 per ADA last time, and then in the final budget deal, they carved out a piece overall. Instead of 3.5 billion, they put a half a billion towards kind of a restricted block grant around teacher professional development and induction. So is that the other state revenues line? Because it's not LCFF source, but it's another state revenue.
It's
You've got 673,000 in other state revenues. Is that the one-time discretionary?
the one-time discretionary under page 2 on the assumption, the $385,000 for 15-16, that's the $601 per ADA. That's the one-time money.
One time, right, 385. So where does that show up on here?
It was included under the other state income.
So that is other state revenues,
Yeah,
which is, so
See-
it's part of the 673,000,
that's right.
325? So what's the rest of that?
Actually, under unrestricted, if you see, on 14-15, you have unrestricted other state income is 176,000. And all of a sudden, it jumped to 467,000 in 15-16.
Yeah.
It's mainly of this one-time discretionary.
Okay, and then it goes back to 82,000.
That's right.
16, 17.
Mhm.
So what is the rest of that, by the way? What is the 176 and the 82, and what's this other state income we're getting?
It's like the after-school program. These are state money. It's
Okay.
all combined into together in this spreadsheet.
Okay. You probably didn't have time to reflect this little twist on the budget deal, though. But yes, so there is a new block grant, so that 385,000 is not completely discretionary anymore. Some 1/7 of it or something is going to be kind of like the Common Core block grant. It's going to be I don't know what it's going to work out to, but it's not per ADA, it's per certificated personnel. So take our number of teachers, our number of administrators, anyone who has a credential. Everyone gets about $550 or something. And we have a 3-year block grant to spend. We could use it to support BITSA. We could use it for professional development, which maybe could mean paying teachers to stay after, for professional development days. I don't know, but I think it's probably pretty broad and flexible. But it's not completely discretionary anymore. It is to support teacher induction and professional development. And we'll have to adopt a plan, like we did with the Common Core plan, that says how we're going to spend it, and then you're going to have to report at the end of 3 years how we spent it.
Do you
So-
recall what they're calling, do they have a name for this? I thought I saw an email come across, but I wasn't sure.
Yeah.
That's about 1/7 of the.
Teacher support block grant,
Okay.
something like that.
All right.
Okay, so
But-
it's not reflected in these documents
Not yet.
Okay.
But once we know more details about how it works, then we can always update that information on the first interim on the budget.
Right. Is that what we do in August, or is that's
The
later?
first
That's
interim is going
October.
to be ended October
Yeah.
31st, and it's going to present to the board in December.
Right,
Yeah.
okay. Okay. See if I had any other questions. Okay, you answered them. Do we have any public comment on this item? Okay. Seeing none, is there any further board discussion about our budget?
Yeah, I was curious on the financial report. There's several criteria that are not met. For example, criteria 2, enrollment, and it says enrollment has not been overestimated by more than the standard for the prior fiscal year, and we have that box checked as not met. How are we doing on our enrollment? You know, I see we're keeping it stagnant for the next 3 years, but that seems to me to be outside the standard practice.
Just to let you know, on the certification page, all these boxes that being checked off, whether we met the condition or not, these are all driven by the system itself, looking into the data that we input into the state data file. So regarding the enrollment, I just want to point it out again. I guess last time in the first reading, we kind of go over a little bit because the way that we did the projection, we are always using the current year enrollment to project the next year budget. And that's what we always do. And then, but when it come time to file the P2 attendance, as we have seen, Emory has been facing for so many years in the past that we are in declining enrollment. Obviously, what you projected during the budget adoption in the beginning of the year, it's going to be different from what actually reported in the P2 attendance. And the system, I think, is looking at it, if you go over a certain percentage, then it will kick in and say, Emory is not meeting the standard. So, but because we are in declining enrollment, you will see the enrollment that we're using the last year projection is no longer true in the P2 actual attendance data. So that's why we're not meeting that criteria on that certification page. And also, if you're continuously missing it in 2 years in a row, that's what the comment will go into. You're not meeting it.
Okay, so we're projecting stagnant enrollment when all the metrics tell us that we should be projecting declining enrollment. Is that what I heard?
We are in declining enrollment, and the way that we project the budget is based on the current attendance.
Okay.
But, and I raised this point to you last time because I had a similar question. And if I recall your answer, it was that the box may be checked now. That doesn't mean it won't get approved and shouldn't be approved by the county. They'll likely approve our budget, and I think this is where you're going. We'll see, as we experience the year, what our enrollment is, P1, P2, where we're at, and then at that point, if our enrollment has declined further or gone up, that will change the numbers in our P2 budget, and then the county may have something to tell us at that point. Or we may be saying, oh no, we didn't make positive certification, or we'll have a more accurate picture and we'll see what the consequences are at that point. Is that how the process
That's right.
will play out?
How the county look at the financial state data of Emory is, the number one concern is at least you're making the 4%. The second concern is, are you guys doing anything to improve your deficit spending condition? In this case, we are showing to the county and everybody that Emory is working on controlling the purchases. And we are even laying off staff. So we are working on improving the deficit spending condition. But maybe we will get our enrollment up. I don't know. I don't have the foreseeing that I can able to predict. But what right now is on the 15-16 budget, we are based on the P2 of 14-15, which is ADA of 601, and the enrollment is 695. And that's go by the P2 actual attendance.
Yeah, the other piece of that, you remind me, is the ADA, not just the enrollment. And we're at 93%, and we put in the LCAP that we're going to get to 95%. Right?
Okay.
So even if our enrollment declined, but we had better ADA because we got more kids coming to school who are enrolled, then you know, we could still actually hit these numbers. I mean, I'm just
Actually-
saying, it's they're two independent variables
Actually,
here.
I would like to see both of them
Of
going
cour-
up.
absolutely, yeah,
Enrollment
no,
and also
our-
the ADA.
Yeah.
But that's the reason why I try to maybe propose to the 5-year average to project our ADA. But I believe the board has been instructed to me to keep the current enrollment to project the 15-16 budget. So that's what I did.
For starters.
Yeah.
It's a reasonable place to start.
Yep.
Other discussion points for Ms. Sue? The other thing that continues to be a big drag is the food costs, 205,000 or so every year.
250,000.
234 to 70, yeah, 250. We're up 250, which I think is less than it was.
In the first reading.
No, I'm thinking when I joined the board, it was like 340 or something. So we have brought that down. But I expect that we will do a much better job this year. I mean, I think we're losing tens of thousands of dollars because we don't have a good system for getting parents to pay when their children, you know, are in that minority, like of students who don't qualify for a free lunch. So, do we have a system are we going to be able to track that?
We are working on that now. There's a system that I don't think we've been using correctly, so we're going to be, I'm following up with appropriate staff to make sure we get this going correctly.
Okay. All right. I think I didn't have any other comments on this item. I don't see any others. Do we have a motion to adopt the proposed budget?
I move adoption.
I'll second it.
Okay. Member Merriam has seconded it. Roll call, please.
Member Ash?
Yes.
Member Merriam?
Yes.
Member Pats?
Yes.
President Affelt?
Yes. Okay, Superintendent, that takes us to the next item. Would you like to
Yes.
introduce item 5?
Thank you. Good evening again. The purpose of this item is for staff to and
Thank
Mr.
you, Ms. Sue.
For staff and Mr. Baker to update the Board of Trustees and the community on the number of ongoing activities and progress related to the Emeryville Center of Community Life project. Mr. Baker, good evening.
Okay. Good evening. This is the monthly update of the project progress for the ECCL project. This similar presentation was given to the City Schools Committee just 2 weeks ago. There's not too much update from there, but I can do that this evening. Again, if there are any questions about buildings A, B, C, D, and E, an orientation, the overview is shown here. We can look at that. I think most of you are familiar with which of these is which.
Your screen sort of went a little dark. I don't know. glued out. I don't know how that happened.
Cable's probably
It's
loose.
selected, it's all selected, just click on
Yeah.
a white spot.
With the arrow, yeah, there, huh? No?
I think on the cable's loose. Cable sometimes it's loose, gives you not full picture. There you go.
Yeah?
Yep.
Uh-huh. Member Pats wins the day.
You'll notice this is the same update given to the Citizens Oversight Committee, which the meeting was just concluded. A design and construction update. This is through last week. The gym building and Building E wall frame is in progress and nearly complete. The gym expansion to the east of the gym, that steel and concrete is complete, and they're going to start framing that next week. The high school steel welding and bolting is complete. Framing is currently underway, and on the look-ahead schedule will show that progress. All the high school floor slabs are poured. The high school heating, ventilating, air conditioning work, and plumbing work is in progress. The community building A steel and wood framing is in progress. All of the concrete work at the admin building, Building B, is complete. The K-8 school, the floor slab is now poured. What this means is actually we have one small piece that's going to be poured next week, but all foundation and floor concrete as of next Tuesday will be complete, which is a big milestone. All of our concrete in the ground will be complete. In fact, the only concrete remaining in the project are the upper two floors of the K-8 school and the site concrete, the sidewalks and walkways. Unforeseen conditions and challenges, again, is reported to the City Schools Committee, and I will do an update of this every week just to kind of give a transparent review of current topics. The lead paint at the gym steel framing, we'll see a photograph there, that's now been abated and is now complete. The gym roof frame and sheathing, that once we took the roofing off, was found to not pass a pull test, so that it was not attached to the framing. That's been now replaced. All of the soil of the foundation, excavations, utility wrenches has now been off-hauled, so we don't have any more excavation other than in the utilities in the courtyard themselves, which again is our major issue. The sewer line routing in the street has been redesigned. The main issue continues to be the abandoned 24-inch East Bay Mud water line, which has prevented us from doing the site utilities in the community commons, the commons in between all the buildings. We're in the queue at East Bay Mud. We have 4 more weeks to wait before they'll come and cut that line. We engaged Sabrina Landreth, the now former city manager of Emeryville, 2 weeks ago to contact East Bay Mud to try and expedite us out of that. Unfortunately, that was not successful. Our team and the Turner team and the engineering team continues to do what we can with East Bay Mud to try and expedite that work, but until we get that line cut, we cannot do our connections to the street, which need to take place before we do the gravity sewer lines up through that community common. So it continues to be a major project issue that we are right now in a holding pattern until East Bay Mud will come out to the site and test and cut that water line. Our multi-agency coordination is nearly complete. The only thing we really have left is East Bay Mud. City of Emeryville and Oakland permits, the encroachment permits are all done. We have one more encroachment permit we need to do for Oakland, which is for the traffic circle at 53rd Street, which won't occur until next spring. We have all of our Caltrans permits. East Bay Mud continues to be our one issue. And PG&E, we have our electrical lines, electrical service installed. The gas service is the only one remaining for that agency. This again is the 8-week look ahead. We're right about in the middle of this version right here. Again, interior wall framing at Building E is just about complete. We're starting exterior wall framing this week. The roofing and canopies are going to start next week. So Building E all the exterior framing is going to be complete fairly soon. At the high school, we're just about done, believe it or not, with the interior framing of the walls. That's taken place in the last 2 weeks. So at the end of this week, we'll be done with the majority of the interior wall framing, and the exterior wall framing is now commencing. They've done it from the inside out. That's the methodology given the adjacent buildings. The mechanical electrical plumbing, that building D MEP, is in progress and will be done in July. The rough-in, what's called the rough-in. The building A community wall framing is about halfway done. If you drive by San Pablo, you'll see the wood framing that's gone up. That'll be done in July, so that building will all be framed out, and we'll start seeing roofing going on and some other activities. The building B, the admin structural frame, started last week. You'll see some steel up there. The steel columns are in place. We're just about halfway done with that. That's actually going faster than anticipated. The exterior wall framing will then follow. So next month you'll see building B, the wood framing for that building, go up. And so really pretty much by the end of July, early August, buildings A, B, and D will be all framed up, and you'll see the exterior of those and also be able to walk through all the rooms. Building C, the K through 8 school, concrete slab again was poured all but one corner last week, and so all that concrete work is done. And again, the key thing for us now is getting those utilities in the community commons before the steel erection starts later this summer. Here's some photographs. Again, these are a little bit over a week old. I was out on vacation last week and can get some current photographs to the group. This is the building A steel, and now the wood framing you'll see if you will drive by is all been gone around that. This steel was completed about a week ago. This is the floor slab of building B. This looks about the same now, except we now have steel columns going to where those diamond-shaped blockouts are. Building C, this is the foundations. The floor slab that comes up to above where that reinforcing bar now is now all been poured except for a small corner near the south end of the building. And then again, this is the building C foundations before that floor slab was poured last week. At building D, all of the structural work is now complete. You'll see the welding and bolting up in those structural connections. This is looking at the first floor of the high school. All those silver hangers are for ceilings and ductwork, which is now being installed. This shows the pouring of the first floor slab that happened, this was about a week before last. That slab is now all poured. Again, all the building D concrete now has been done for a couple weeks. This shows ductwork installation. That long run below, which looks like a floor, is actually the top of ductwork that then gets lifted up where those hangers are shown above. This shows the plumbing infrastructure being installed. The wood framing is for curbs. After this plumbing is poured, a concrete curb gets poured in as the base for the wall framing that goes above that and is currently being installed. At building E, all the structural work is done. This is the canopy at the east end of the addition to building E. There's the floor slab, and we start this framing next week. And that will be the last part of the framing for building E, the gym. This is the photograph that I believe we showed City Schools also that shows the lead paint abatement. If you look at that Z-shaped space at the top of the seal, you'll see that. It's kind of hard to tell because the paint applied during the 60s is the same color as the steel, which all of us understand is why it was not identified as lead paint a couple of years ago when the district's hazmat consultant did the report. We've now done all that abatement and actually are almost done with all the structural connections. You'll see some new wood framing up above that. That is the strengthening of the roof diaphragm that connects to the existing structure. This is behind the stage. This is the mezzanine above the stage, which you'll see the steel framing in there that now they were completing the wood framing for that today. This is a great picture that shows the seismic upgrade work. Again, this is the FEMA funded work. The steel bracing, those are reinforcing those openings in the existing concrete wall. You'll also see up in the ceiling new wood framing that is strengthening the roof membrane. The old darker wood is the existing wood, and the new light wood is the new wood. And you also see that pipeline there is a fire sprinkler line for the new fire sprinklers that are being added to the building. Furniture, fixtures, and equipment. Right now, we are nearly complete with our confirmation of low voltage systems. Again, this is an effort to make sure, confirm the work that was designed between a year and 2 years ago to make sure we have the current state-of-the-art technology for security systems. We've changed our camera spec, for example. Data telecommunications, upgrading, make sure we're with the current fiber technology, which is single-phase fiber, and also audiovisual. We're moving towards not going with the smart boards that were originally envisioned, but the current technology that almost all districts are now moving towards are large monitors, large flat-screen monitors, some of which can be touchscreen monitors. It's viewed to be a much more flexible technology for future instruction rather than the kind of proprietary smart boards that have been used by most districts over the last 5 to 10 years and were originally envisioned for the project. Furniture selection and furniture selection and procurement, we're nearly complete with the gym pool procurement selection and are getting ready to order that equipment. We're finalizing, actually have finalized the piggyback scope of work. This is the work where we are piggybacking off existing school district contracts statewide, which again is the most cost-effective way of procuring furniture because we have to take advantage of the economy scale of larger districts. And so we've finalized the pricing for that work. And we're also finalizing the list of independent items, the items that we're not procuring through the piggyback scope. That includes things like those monitors that I spoke of, and also things like the volleyball and sports equipment for the gym that we can't get through piggyback contracts. I gave a more detailed report on the community benefits agreement at city schools. There's a quarterly report that Turner Construction issues every quarter. Their next one will be at the end of quarter 2 next month in July. I gave an overview of the April report to the city schools group, outlining Turner's outreach efforts to the local community, that our local business utilization in what's called the Green Corridor, which extends from Richmond through Oakland here in the East Bay. 59% of our subcontractors are based in that Green Corridor. Turner's held a number of bonding assistant workshops and is using what's called a subguard program, which allows small local contractors who can't get bonding to utilize Turner's bonding program. That's a very effective way of getting small contractors to bid and participate who otherwise would not be able to satisfy the requirements of the lease-leaseback agreement. Turner's had a number of outreach events for local hire and workforce development at the local labor halls. Also included in that is working with those halls for local apprentice and pre-apprenticeship programs to develop local labor. In terms of youth engagement, Turner employed an intern last summer and is currently talking to 2 high school students at Emery Secondary to be interns this summer. And finally, they've set up a learning lab at the construction trailer, which is a flat screen monitor where any community member or student can come and learn about construction, and that's set up in their trailer. And that's it for the update for this month.
What grade levels is the Learning Lab geared to?
It's geared towards really all school students. It's geared really K through 12. It's not. There's some information is a bit more technical, but it's fairly overview in nature. So it's a nice kind of interactive presentation that's done with a laptop and a screen.
And it's set up now?
It's set up now. Anytime that anyone would like to schedule to come look at that, Turner's staff will walk through and engage with the visitors and walk them through it.
Well, I'd like to bring my son over.
Sure.
In the next week or 2.
Okay.
And if it is interactive enough, then I want, to start bringing some Annie Yates students over in the fall. How many students can be accommodated?
It's in the small conference room that they have, which is seats kind of comfortably like maybe 8 to 10 people, that kind of size group. I think they can actually do it on one of the screens in the larger conference room also. I can check into that. But if you can send me an email, I'll go ahead and we can schedule that with you. That would be great.
Okay, great. Other clarifying questions for Mr. Baker? Any public comment on this item?
First of all, regarding the learning lab, I don't think this school district should be encouraging anybody to get into the construction trade, because I know a little bit about it, and it's not a trade whereby you can make a living. It's a downward spiral. If you're in the trades, you're an hourly worker in the trades, you can't afford to buy a house in Emeryville, certainly. It just seems like we should not be encouraging people to go into trades whereby you can't make a living.
Mr.
Unless-
Giuliani,
of course
can you
that could
speak
change.
more into the mic, please? We
Okay.
can't hear you.
Of course, that could change depending on, what happens in Washington DC, I imagine. But that's not why I'm here to make comments. I'm here once again to remind the board and the community that this is not, there is no community benefits agreement that the district has with the community. This is inappropriate to call this a CBA, because it is not. Here's the CBA. Here's the definition right here. This is from Wikipedia. The community benefits agreement is a contract signed by community groups and a real estate developer that requires the developer to provide specific amenities and or mitigations to the local community or neighborhood. That's not what this is. The term CBA, Community Benefits Agreement, was come up with by former school board president Josh Simon. I remember when he did it, and the function of it is to try to lend legitimacy to the center community life idea, to try and make it sound as if it's, there is more engagement with the community. But clearly, this is not a CBA, so it's a ruse. I think we should, to those who don't believe me, please check out the veracity of my claim. Find out what a CBA is. And I don't think the district should be using misleading terms. I don't think we should be misleading the public. Because this is clearly not a CBA. There's some good things about this thing, whatever you want to call it. We should come up with a name for it. But clearly it is not a CBA. And so it does a disservice to real community benefit agreements to be sort of like glomming on and co-opting them. And so I just think we should stop doing it. It's not accurate. All politics aside, never mind any of that, it's just not accurate. So could you please, Mr. Affeld, could you please find out if what I'm saying is, find out the veracity of what I'm saying. And if it in fact doesn't cut, if it's in fact you determine it's not a real CBA, then I think we should change the name of this thing and start calling it something that's more accurate. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any other public comment? Any other board discussion of this item?
I do have something here.
Yeah.
I'd like to address something to Mr. Baker pertaining to the schedule. One of the activities you indicated on, that was indicated on the slide had to do with the concrete slab that's being poured in Building D. Or I take that, Building C, which is the K through 8 building.
Correct, yes.
With that in mind, that pretty much locks our layout for most of the plumbing in those rooms, at least on the first floor, correct?
Yes, there's not, yeah, that does, that's correct.
With that in mind, I did take a quick look at the existing, or the documents for the plans in there, and we set the lower level on that building for kindergarten use only, and so there's certain requirements that go along with that layout, and it's at variance with most adults and even elementary school users. With that in mind, it kind of tripped into something else. I started looking at the kindergarten room layouts, and within those rooms, there's casework, basically cabinets, base cabinets, and upper cabinets, but they're all, they've all been designed for adult height. So I have a question pertaining to kind of a user end that would be when somebody would walk into the space and say, this room is a kindergarten room, why are the cabinets all at adult height? So I just want to make sure that we're programming the space correctly, and with that in mind, does that lend it to other issues within that building and throughout the campus? So it's kind of a waving a yellow flag and saying there's a little bit of caution here.
So there, in terms of the plumbing layout, I think the issue is that you've mentioned before actually is the height of the cabinets. And we could certainly, those cabinets have not been fabricated yet. Those could be a lower height, and I will talk to the architect about that.
Right.
The plumbing, though, you could still have sinks in that location because it's stubbed up through the slab.
Okay.
So that wouldn't necessarily change, but the height of the height and design of those have been designed and bid out to subcontractors, et cetera, but they could be redesigned at a lower height or different configuration.
It just kind of got back to what set it off, or set off the kind of the question had to do with the toilet room specifically. If, not to project anything into the future, but if those rooms became different use, they are essentially useless when it comes to basically elementary and above as far as age group, because the plumbing fixtures in those rooms are set at such a low height, and the type of fixtures that would become useless for general use. Is that your?
Yeah, I mean, the carriers have not been installed yet, but they're fabricated and they're on site.
Okay.
But they've not, you see the stub-ups, and they're all stacked up out there, and that's one of the next things that goes in as they install those. But that is correct, is that the fixtures are set at a lower height in those restrooms. And were you to use those rooms for older children or other uses, it would be, they would be low.
Yeah, because I
And
know.
I will say this, is that work is, and those carriers are gonna be installed pretty soon here.
And I think especially even with the water closet, the toilets, they're a certain type, and they're only like 10 to 12 inches above the floor. And even in anybody's house, you would never have a toilet that low, even in a kindergarten situation, as far as your use within your house. But in this facility, it's being used for kindergarten use. And it's a little awkward to have that only be for kindergarten use.
I'm just making notes here so I can
Okay.
discuss that.
I have something here for you. if you
We
want to.
thought you were texting your friends.
Yeah.
No, I'm just making a note of Board Member Merriam's comments.
And is there a recommendation that
Well,
you're
the recommendation is
pushing?
that I just want to make sure that when we program the space and that it's programmed correctly, because if we're programming, let's say, an associated space, the toilet rooms, that the room in their entirety are used as for that specific user. So we're kind of splitting between the two, so that you have adult height or at least elementary school height in the one room, which would be the classroom, and then the toilet room is for kindergarten use only. So if we're going to design a room for one specific use, kindergarten use, then it should be gone throughout. So that's what my basic comment is on that.
And Member Marion, just a question, is it possible, and I don't know, because I don't know, I think the teachers had some input on the design of the rooms, that the cabinets possibly set at adult height because they didn't anticipate the kids going into the cabinets, maybe?
Well, there's an associated sink with it.
Oh, okay.
And so that just kind of tipped me off to say, well, if there's the associated sink, that's going to be for all users, and it's for accessible height.
Oh, I see, so the sink is also the counter's
That kind of
height.
led me to kind of analyze the entire space, and including the associated spaces. So it kind of going, well, we have a kindergarten space for the toilets, but then the classroom for the kindergarten is not designed specifically for it.
So the height of the sink and the countertop would not be
Exactly.
accommodating for,
Exactly.
okay.
What I'd suggest is Mark Cyberlook of DSK is going to understand the design history, and I will contact him this evening, actually, and ask him these questions and get back to you
Okay, that'd be
specifically,
great.
and also we can give the board a follow-up on that
Alright,
issue.
thank you.
But it's a good catch, and we'll take a look at that.
Having actually taught, I think having adult height cabinets makes the most sense, even with the sink. You know, kids can use a step stool, no problem, to get up to the sink. And if we're talking about cabinets, I prefer the teachers were the ones who are the ones accessing them, and the adults, and it gives you more storage, which is always at a premium. And so I would be sure we've consulted the teachers and what they want. It shouldn't be, while it sounds good to have a sink at a kid's height, it's going to be cleaned by adults. It's going to be utilized by adults. And so, kids' sinks sound good, but don't always work well in a classroom.
What's the ADA issue with a sink at adult height if you have a child in a wheelchair?
Actually, I've got a paper right here. For the it's all recommended height, so that's why you can vary within a setting like this. Per the state standards is that a sink top height should be maximum of 24 inches within for accessibility, and then there's a sink knee clearance of 19 inches. So even with the fixture that's selected for that countertop application for the sink probably wouldn't meet the requirements under this table that the state architect publishes.
I would like to think that we, at this point in the process, have already cleared all the ADA hurdles, but I would be not surprised to hear that we are going forward with a plan that is not ADA compliant. So,
I think it's just a matter of just checking with basically who created the documents and information from that end or from the stakeholders as well.
In terms of ADA compliance, the Division of State Architect has reviewed and permitted the plans for, and in their review has approved the design for ADA compliance.
So you're going to check with the architect?
Yeah,
You're going
if I
to
understand
get
the
back to
question
Member
properly,
Merriam, and then you'll bring it back to the board?
Yes,
Yes.
we'll bring it back to the board, and I can give an update before then
Perfect.
also.
Thank you.
Okay, any other discussion points for Mr. Baker? Okay, seeing none, we are on to our next and final discussion item. Superintendent?
Yes, good evening again. The purpose of this item is for the board to consider approving a change order for up to an amount of $1.3 million above the previous budget for the swimming pool improvements.
All right, this is an update of the presentation given to the city schools group 2 weeks ago with some updated information. The city schools group asked us to go back and investigate the history of the pool design and look at some cost reduction options, et cetera. So this is the review tonight. I want to start with, again, discussing project budget to give some context to the decision, to the options being considered by the board tonight. This project budget update is as of May 22nd. Normally, we do these updates on a quarterly basis. Our next regular update is the end of June, but we wanted to do one in May before city schools to give a snapshot of where the project budget is today. You'll see columns for total budget, cost to date, cost to complete, and the line items is listed here. The bullet items below show which things are included in those budget categories above. You'll see a line item for owner contingency of $1.986 million. And you also see cost to date, 0. As we use contingency, then those costs to date appear in the upper lines. For example, if we use the contingency to make a change to the building that then that Turner charges us for, that value goes up into the cost to date for construction. I want to make sure everyone understands that. As we proceed, cost to date contingency will always be 0 in terms of how we're accounting for it. And I can elaborate on that more, but it's just, this is our current budget update. And I have a contingency analysis on the next slide that will make this clearer. The budget approved by the council and board in August 2014 included a Turner contingency within Turner's contract of $1.429 million, a construction contingency and consultant contingency of $1.923 million and $200,000, which result in a total owner contingency of $2.123 million. The difference between these two is not very great. The Turner contingency is completely controlled by the owner, and any expenditures against it need to be approved by the owner. The difference is those expenditures don't go to the board, whereas anything on the total owner contingency, which becomes a change order, has to follow the same board requirements for approval, up to $15,000, between $15,000 and $83,400 and above that. But unlike many lease-leaseback contracts, the Turner contingency is controlled by the owner and doesn't have joint control between the contractor and the owner, or controlled by the contractor, which many lease-leaseback contracts have. It was a good provision negotiated by district's council. The current status, as of May 22nd, and we've had a modest amount of expenditures since then, less than $100,000, in fact, less than $50,000. The Turner contingency, as it stood at May 22nd, was 1.38, actually 1.388 million. Construction contingency, 1.409. Consulting contingency, 76.5 thousand. $500,000 was added by the district earlier this year from developer fees. So the current total owner contingency is 1.986 million, which is the same figure shown here. So the total contingency, again, all of this is controlled by the owner, is 3.374881. These figures are about 3 weeks old. Since then, we've had about $50,000 of charges against contingency. The swimming pool history, in August 2014, right after the council and board approved, or right at the same time as the council board approved the budget, Neil O. Anderson was retained as pool consultant. They developed in August a budget of $700,000 for both design and construction of the pool based on their expertise. They came recommended by DSK Architects, and also Turner had worked with them on other previous school projects. We had design meetings with the city and district, providing input between September and December of last year. During those meetings, the pool filtration system design was changed. The desire was to make the pool design more accommodating to small children and seniors. I can go into more detail regarding that design should the board wish to do so. The equipment room design, the pool consultant advised us during that design period that much of that equipment was not usable and needed to be demolished and removed. And then we had, and abated. There was quite a bit of asbestos wrapping, piping. If we're going to take the equipment out and replace it, we had to do the abatement as well. Also, an alternate for replacing the pool deck was added. Again, this is an option, and it was bid out as an option, and I'll discuss those figures in a minute. The scope represented by the $700,000 budget was just cutting and patching that existing pool deck. The construction documents were completed in April of this year, and we received bids in May of this year. These figures, which were reviewed at the city schools meeting, show the current budget, which is, again, in our overall project budget, $700,000 is budgeted for design and construction of the pool. That was the amount developed by Neil Anderson Associates. The current budget is substantially higher than that, and you can see those figures there. The design fees are slightly higher than what had been included in the $700,000 budget. The abatement and demolition of the boiler room is shown here. The next three figures: pool construction, deck replacement, which is optional, and the mechanical, electrical, plumbing infrastructure to connect the pool to the building, and then Turner's markups are shown here also. So that 1.031 figure, the $375,000 option, and then the Turner markups of 405,750 are what was competitively bid. That scope, again, was competitively bid. We received 4 bids. These figures represent the lowest of those 4 bids, and that's that total there. To date, we have spent, the figures shown here, most of those design fees, the cost of abatement and demolition of the boiler room, but none of the other work that was competitively bid. Cost remaining is shown to the right. That's just the balance of those. You'll see the total cost remaining of this scope, including the the deck option, $1.823 million. If you subtract out the remaining budget not spent, which is $525,730, again, $174,270 and $525,730 add up to $700,000. We've spent $174,270 of that. What's remaining not spent yet is $525,730. You get a delta of $1.3 million. So it's substantially greater than that budget that we received. So we presented this at city schools. We were asked to do 2 things. Number 1 is investigate why has this occurred, and I give a bit of an overview at city schools of what that delta is. So we've done that, and also look at what cost reduction measures could be done with the low bid. Again, it was competitively bid to negotiate with Turner to see if we can get that number down a bit, and so we did that. So I'm going to give you a summary of that. So the design issues that result in that delta there are really 5 main categories. The first, again, is the boiler room, demolition, and abatement, which was not included in the consultant's original budget. All new pool equipment, which is what the recommendation was, once we got in the design process, was the consultant's recommendation was to demo the equipment, abate, and put new equipment in. The gutter filtration system, which I mentioned earlier, and this, what was included in the $700,000 budget is the more standard pool gutter that most of us used to, where you have a deck and then you have a gutter below that, and the water surface is, 10 or so inches below the edge of the deck. The system, which was discussed during the design process, is strongly favored by the city due to its programs, is where the water is roughly level with the deck with a gently sloping gutter outside of that, which does 2 things. It allows for more accessible water for children and seniors. Also, it greatly reduces the amount of wave activity in the pool, so you can have like a senior water aerobics class and kids swimming here, and the wake, if you will, doesn't disrupt those uses. That was, again, something that was changed during that design process. Also, the deck replacement, again, an option. We don't need to do that. It's been priced separately. That's the single biggest ticket item in that delta of 1.3 million. And then the connections to the building E-systems. When you put all the new equipment in, we've got to connect it back to the infrastructure, mechanical, electrical, plumbing infrastructure in the building. And those, we had to do new connections to new equipment. That's that MEP scope I mentioned earlier. So those are really the main issues. I want to point out that 3 of these items, the boiler room demo and abatement, the gutter filtration system, and the deck replacement, which are all things that were added during the design process, amount to about 2/3 of that $1.3 million overage. That's really where the primary difference is. So that's that.
How much is the gutter filtration piece itself?
I'd have to go back and see the exact number. I believe it's approximately $150,000.
And Mr. Baker, I just want to, just for clarification, this is the system that and the design the city has requested based on what they believe will be best for seniors and children?
That is correct.
Okay.
Okay.
When did they make this request?
That was done during the design process between September and December of last year. And it was a recommendation by the design consultant, and the city said that would be preferable given our use. That's what the view was.
So that was after the budget
That's
was
correct.
approved by the city and us.
That's correct.
Mr. Baker, can I ask you for one other clarification? The city has asked us to look at this tonight, and I believe originally we were going to wait. And the city, I believe, is having some conversation, and I'm sorry, I didn't get to ask you about this earlier, about the idea of putting in a bike path and then reducing a good portion of the deck.
Right, I'll talk
So
about-
after the
yeah.
board approves this tonight, if the city then decides to cut the deck and cut the space for the children and the seniors to walk along the deck for a bike path, is that then set in stone? And
No, I'll explain that actually. So the directive, and the directive as we understood it from city schools was to investigate and understand why there's a cost increase that's so great, to work with the low bidder and Turner Construction to see if we can negotiate, get that cost down. Subsequent to city schools, the assistant city manager requested that part of that, to add to that exercise, is that we look towards only proven design that will accommodate the potential future bike path without having to tear out any new work, okay? And there is, in the general plan, there is a 14-foot, essentially an easement along the western edge of the site. The large concrete sound wall currently existing is about 5 feet, actually between 5 and 6 feet, it's about a foot thick from the property line. What that leaves is about 8 feet of that, again, that easement shown in the general plan. So what you'd need to do is cut about, it's actually 7 feet, 10 inches of pool deck out to then fit that full width bike path in, okay? That reduces the pool deck capacity, which is an issue. But one of the things included, and I'll describe this, is that the scope that we're actually putting forth tonight, the maximum scope we're putting forth tonight, includes not improving the deck in that area. There are no utility, we would just basically saw cut, leave that deck, leave that wall, do the new deck, the new pool, and then once the decision's made about that bike path, you could go back and replace the remaining part of the deck or tear it out and put a bike path in. Okay? Does that make sense?
I think so. I just was wondering if it's coming back to the board, if there's a change on this.
What would come back to the board is if the board approves, if the board approves the scope tonight, and that may or may not include the pool deck, the scope the maximum scope we're putting forth includes drawing a line and not replacing the deck within that easement. If at a later, if the pool is done and at a later date it's decided that that bike path is not going to be put in at that width, we would go back in and take that old concrete out and put new deck in to match the other deck. If that makes
So
sense.
tonight's approval, if the board approves tonight, it would be the planned size, planned capacity for
Right.
seniors and children as planned.
Correct, and also not replacing the deck where it may be replaced by a bike path.
Okay.
But replacing the rest of the deck.
Correct, correct. Well, that, again, that's an option, but I'll go through that in a minute on the next slide. What the council has asked us to do at the July 20th council meeting is three things really. First, an accounting of the work to date, construction work to date, dollars spent within that easement, which are not really significant, but we want to show what's been spent to date. The cost of putting the bike path in now, an estimate of that, and an alternative which would put the bike path in and then narrow it down at that retaining wall, so it would go from 14 feet down to 5 feet and then back to 14 feet again. So we're going to do all of that. And also, I want to add to that one more thing, which is the total cost in Turner's contract of the work they're going to put in, which includes landscaping within that right-of-way. So we're going to develop all that next week. That will go to the council as a discussion item on the 20th. Okay. So, over the last couple of weeks, we've met with the pool subcontractor and Turner to see what things we can do to reduce the cost or negotiate that low bid number down. Again, the numbers looked at previously were the low bid of 4. We've looked at some changes to the infrastructure specs, which is basically underground plumbing for some less expensive but completely adequate underground plumbing and conduit lines, and there's some savings there. We've looked at taking all the equipment included in that pool bid is lane lines, pool covers, lifeguard chair, all that stuff. Taking that out of their contract, we believe we can get it for about half the price by going through a piggyback contract. There's no need to pay that cost and the markups and pull that out. In addition, the relevant Turner markups for all this would come down. Their markup is 6.18%, which is per contract. The pool deck, then again, we would reduce the pool deck, which itself is still an option, to accommodate a future bike path. All those 4 items result in a reduction of $82,000 from those 3 line items. I'll show you that on the next slide. Possible additional savings, which we could pursue later, include the biggest ticket item is actually not making the pool shallower. The current design, the current pool has quite a bit of a deep end because there was a diving board there. Diving boards are not commonly not put at all in this type of pool, the community small high school pool. The design was to shallow the pool out so that it ranges from about 3 feet to 5 feet, which allows for more program space, so you can have like a water aerobics class over here and kids over here and not have that deep end. That's about $70,000 to do that, raise the bottom up. So we could make that change.
70,000 less.
So we would save 70,000 more by not making the pool shallower.
Yeah.
Okay?
But that would reduce the
But that
program
impacts
space
program.
dramatically.
What we try to do is make revisions that don't impact program.
Right.
Now, we can have a further discussion tonight about other revisions, but our task was to work with the subcontractor Turner to make revisions that don't impact the program, and that results in about 5% savings of that bid number. So the revised figures.
Wait, I'm sorry, I'm just
Sure.
spacing and not following. You said 72,000, I say 82,000. Is that the same thing?
70,000 plus 82. The 82,000 does not include that if we were to do that pool leveling, the savings would be.
That would be 152,000.
152,000.
Okay, so this
But again, that's a
is
program
not,
sh- right,
yeah,
this- the
because we
80,000
want
does
to, assuming we wanted to maintain the maximum program space. So it's the 82,000 are other savings.
Right. Is that clear?
Got it now.
The revised figures are as follows. Again, this chart is the same, other than the highlighted yellow items. Again, if you look at the yellow area, well, again, the figures are as follows. The pool construction, 1.031. Deck replacement, which is optional, 375,000. The mechanical plumbing work, and then Turner markups, which are a smaller amount, add up to 405,750. And then taking the 82,000 out results in a bottom line difference of 1.216 million, as opposed to 1.3 million before. So this, again, the effort, the directive was to negotiate the scope down without changing the program. Now, further than that, we could delete the deck replacement altogether, which would result in another $375,000 in savings, or whatever else the board would like to discuss. But again, I want to point out what the board item could be tonight would be approving a change order of that lower amount, 177,729,750, which is the sum of the yellow figures. That would be the Turner change order. The delta to the project budget would be 1.216. Does everyone understand that the difference in that concept?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So with that, I'd like to open up to discussion to the board and anyone else. Again, I want to point out what's been spent to date is 174,270. There's no requirement to do this. It's really a decision by the board, but I think all of you heard the sentiments of the council last week and they tasked the board with this decision.
In my recollection, Mr. Baker, is the city is, and I might agree with them, but they also really would like to see the deck replaced and not cut up.
That is correct. The sentiment of the city, there was not a vote per se, was to do the full scope, but again, negotiated down,
Mhm.
which is what we had been working on the last couple of
And
weeks.
tell us again, the plus is you don't have to spend 375,000. The minus is you have a patchwork looking deck,
Right.
which, I mean, is that?
The issue with the deck.
Hold on a second.
I'm sorry.
Can, I guess, are there ways to deal with the aesthetics of a patchwork-looking deck, either by painting it or a certain kind of covering, or incorporating a design that incorporates the randomness of the patchwork in a way that actually, I don't know.
I think that the primary issue with that, and most of the project team members, their recommendation, it's not their decision to make, it's just a recommendation, is that the reason for doing that is that when you saw cut through a concrete deck and patch it back with concrete, is, although it may not match the way we did the design, the main thing is you create a lot more joints that water can get into, and over time the water gets into and kind of degrades that. It's really more the durability of the deck than the aesthetics of it.
That's helpful. Other clarifying questions for Mr. Baker at this point?
So, something's been gnawing at me since I saw these numbers last time. Just looking at it here, with the 405,000 for the markup.
That's yeah, I apologize. The 405,000 is the mechanical plumbing subs, and the markup itself.
No, I got that.
Yeah.
I understand that they're all combined. But that was always going to be there. That's not something relatively new. We were always going to have to do the mechanical hookups, correct?
The mechanical hookups are much more complex because the equipment is being replaced in the boiler room. And I can kind of go back to that here. That connection stability systems, rather than reusing much of that equipment and just putting new equipment in its place, it requires different connections back to the building infrastructure. That's really the big piece of that. That's really what's driving, as directed by the city schools. We went in and talked to the pool consultant and went and said, what's causing this? And a large chunk of that 405 is connecting to the building, connecting the new equipment back to the building, because it's different equipment than what was there before. So that pool equipment replacement really drives the boiler room, demo and abatement, and a large chunk of that 405,000, the connections to the building systems.
And we were not aware of that when we
Again, what
walked
was,
into
yeah,
right back in August.
The scope developed with the pool consultant was to reuse that equipment or just put new equipment in its place. The recommendation, once they were retained, their recommendation, and then once we went through the design process, was really it's got to tear it all out and put new in.
So when was it all torn out?
It was taken out, yes.
That wasn't the question I asked. I asked
I'm sorry.
when.
That was taken out the end of last fall when we had the abatement contractor on site.
So we took it all out, and we didn't at that time anticipate the increase in costs?
They were not, the bid, they had not been bid out yet.
Right, but I mean,
But I
I feel like this snuck up on us when really what you keep saying is it's all from the beginning. We made a low bid, and now all of a sudden we're surprised by this. But there's a myriad of decisions where nobody said, oh, that's a great idea, it's going to cost you more. Am I incorrect in that?
No, in fact, I can tell you this, is that at every turn, we notified the group that that's going to be a cost increase. We identified that $80,000 demo abatement cost, identified
Which group did you notify?
City
to
staff and
the
school
city
district.
and the school district, that this pool filter change was going to be a change. That was brought up, and the response from the user groups was, well, we need to do it, so let's just put it in and we'll bid it out. Again, we don't need to do, again, like I said before, we've spent a certain amount of money. We don't need to do this entire scope. It's the scope that the board would like to choose to go forward. We have other options. We could stop and redesign it and do something different.
So how old was the pool equipment that we ripped out?
We say there's one piece, there's a holding tank which was kept, which is there now, which is a large tank that can be part of the recirculating pump system. The equipment, it varied. It varied between, some of it was original to the school, which I believe was built in the 60s, but much of it was newer.
Because I've been told it was only a year or so old.
No, that's not the case.
That's not
There
accurate.
may have been some individual pieces, and I'd be happy to investigate that further if you'd like
Yeah.
to do that.
Okay, and then let's talk a little bit more about the hookups. What exactly are we connecting into the building? Because I don't think the water is going into the building, and electrical is electrical. You're putting a 110 or 220 drop right there. So I'm a little confused as to how, by replacing the system, are we having to redo
got-
all the electrical?
We have to do the new equipment requires new dedicated circuits that get home run back to the panel. That's the most of it, is they've got to put new circuits in back to the main panel.
And there weren't circuits there prior.
There were, but they were not adequate to support the new pool equipment.
It seems to me if we're doing new pool equipment, it would be more efficient in drawing less amps, or am I wrong on this?
The electrical codes, the new electrical codes are much more stringent about dedicated circuits. The power supply is likely less. I don't know that exact figure, but we can find that out. But you need to have dedicated circuits for most new equipment. I mean, for example, the new code, we have cardio machines in the gym. We have to have a dedicated circuit for each cardio machine, which seems ridiculous, but that's what both the code requires, and also manufacturers' warranties require this, and if you don't do this, their warranty will be voided. So there's a lot of reasons why that electrical service is upgraded for new pool equipment, or new equipment in general.
Yeah, I'm still going back to the ridiculously low opening bid. I still get stuck on that.
I think it has to do with expectations, and this happens all the time in construction, and especially preliminary budgets. And I think this number, from just the 35,000-foot level view, is that number was just plugged in there as a placeholder, and nobody did enough an analysis to say what's really going to happen. And then that number was carried out, and I have a question for Mr. Baker having to do with.
I'm sorry, can I
Yeah, I'm sorry.
piggyback on that real
Yeah.
quick? I think that's fine, but we paid $50,000 for that number. So if you're telling me they just made it up,
Well,
if you need more numbers made up,
The scope
I'll
is
do it for
probably-
half.
yeah,
Well,
the
technically,
scope is
we-
probably
To be
you know.
clear, they gave us the numbers before they were hired, okay? Because we asked them to give us a proposal and also give us a pool budget so that we can, so I agree, look, I am in agreement that that budget was not adequate. We relied upon the expertise of the pool consultant, but they did give us those figures before they were hired and paid. Just want to clarify that.
So we could have had them for free, is what you're telling me.
We did get them for free.
And then we paid them.
We're really paying
We got
for
the
it.
budget, the $700,000 budget was developed at no cost to the district. Part of that budget was their fee. They were then approved that 54,000, I think is their figure. They were then retained. Then they started the design process. During the design process, they made recommendations, and the user group selected changes which increased the scope of the project.
Right.
Did
And
they
nobody,
bring-
I'm sorry, go ahead.
Did they bring forth, when these changes occurred, did they bring forth any magnitude of cost? They said it's going to cost you more, and they just left it at that.
They did bring forth a magnitude of cost for the gutter filtration system.
But it sounds like that was just a one-time occurrence. It seems like, based on what's transpired.
Well, yeah, we got the figures for the demo and abatement of the pool, for the change in the gutter filtration system, and then the deck would be an alternate above that.
When were these numbers, brought forth? Thinking as far as, you had the preliminary estimate of 700,000 or 750,000, but then, was there periodic updates as to the for the construction estimate?
To be quite honest, our recommendation was to bid those items as alternates, so we could choose to do them or not do them. The directive given to us by the user group, city and the district, was no to include them in the base scope.
But there wasn't any periodic updates to the budget?
There was, what there was identification of some of those upgrades and costs. Just to kind of summarize it, about $200,000 for the pool filtration update, and that was communicated to the users.
Was it?
Our recommendation was to put that as a bid alternate, an option.
Okay.
The $80,000 for the demo and abatement was identified also and discussed. And then the pool deck replacement was roughly a $400,000 figure also, but those.
So you're saying $600,000 was an aggregate amount that was added to the original 700,000?
Yeah, actually about 700,000.
Okay, so you're talking 1.4.
And that was discussed with the group. And again, the pool deck is still an option.
Mhm.
The whole thing is frankly an option.
So I think when you distill the numbers, it's about a $500,000 bust. Based on what we have bid, the numbers came in
Yeah,
at 1.9, but was basically given
And-
information to
right.
the users, hey, this is the increase.
Right.
Not
And the
a
bust,
direct-
and that bust is really, what was not identified in the process was the cost of new equipment and the infrastructure connected with the rest of the building. And that was not priced out. The sentiment was, let's put the bid out and see where the bids come in.
All right.
Mr. Baker, just, would you remind me and remind the board, what is the timeline now, assuming the board and the city moves forward on approving this?
So the timeline,
For the
in
pool.
addition, the $700,000 scope was identified as a 3-month project. And the schedule was to bid it in May, award it in June, complete it in August. This scope is envisioned as a 5-month project. The increase is due to the gutter system, because we're demoing out the whole edge of that pool and putting in infrastructure all the way around the pool, and also the deck replacement, because you've got to go demo the deck and then pour new concrete deck. Those are the two main drivers of that. So what that means is, let's say that if the board were to approve that full scope this evening, we would give a notice to proceed tomorrow, and we would complete it in November, 5 months, being that we're at the end of June.
I guess the other thing I'm wondering is, I know one of the issues for this project is we have to, and you are keeping a close eye, which I appreciate, in monitoring our contingency budgets along the way. The city and the district staff, we have both had conversations that both city and district staff hope that, and since we're pretty far along in the project. We're past the dirt, that we're in pretty good shape, although we do never know what's going to pop up, like a pipe, a dead pipe in the street, or East Bay Mud insisting we fall into their 8-week queue. So is there some advantage? What are the pros and cons? Is there any advantage to the district and city waiting another 2 months or 3 months, or is that going to just set us too far
It
behind?
just pushes the project out. There's a little bit of a concern that the low bidder's price would be, their bids were good for 30 days. Actually, we've exceeded that, but in our conversations, our price is still good. If we told them 2 more months, they might say, sorry, it's no longer good. We could probably negotiate some kind of modest couple % increase or something with them. That's commonly done. It would push the completion date out, though. That's the main thing.
For the pool,
Yeah.
right.
And right now, I mean, the intent was to finish the pool when the building's finished in the fall. Right now, it's going to go out,
I see.
past that.
When is the gym coming online?
The current, the current date, it's September is the completion date.
Again, the reduced amount, taking out the 82,000, is that the cost of the, not doing the pool deck there?
No, the 82,000 represents the following.
That's
Rever-
the negotiated?
That's the four things. Making changes to the specs, the underground plumbing and conduit specs.
Okay, so it's those things
Taking the
that you-
equipment out, again,
Yeah.
we'd have to have dollars to do that, but it'll be substantially less than what was bid. The Turner markups, which are just the 6.18%. And then doing some simplification on the pool deck, it had a kind of expensive architectural finish. We're going to a more standard patterned broom finish, but with some pattern in it. And also changing that finish, and then also cutting it back so we're not within the right-of-way of the bike path. Those are those changes I just described constitute the $82,000 cost savings.
Yes, so it does incorporate the cutting it back to accommodate the.
Correct.
So not doing the whole
Correct.
new pool deck.
Correct.
Yeah, that's, okay. And this does reflect whatever additional savings you're able to squeeze out of
Yeah, exactly.
negotiations.
And most of the squeeze was really again, the direct was not to impact the program, see what we could save to keep the program really the same, but also realize savings, kind of true value engineering. I mean, the concrete deck finishes, it'll be fine and appropriate. The infrastructure, we're all confident will be, the design team is confident will be the same performance. We'll get better value for taking the equipment out. There's no real change in the program, but we're able to save $82,000. I mean,
Less than.
further savings would be by not replacing the deck at all, and that would be significant.
Yeah. How long is this pool, if we built this pool, how long would it last?
My view is not as a pool expert, but is, as most facilities, it's certainly a 30-year pool, probably a 50-year pool. Much like the existing pool was built about 50 years ago.
And if we had kept the old system, how long would that have lasted?
Well, the old system had it wasn't really operational. It was not code compliant. We have to do some of this work just the building renovation triggers code upgrades. So I don't know the specifics, but that $700,000 scope was probably a minimal code upgrade budget. Again, not fully envisioning what really needed to be done in the boiler room. But it doesn't meet current code. You'd have to do some work to bring it up to current code. We could investigate further to see what that is. It wouldn't include a deck replacement. It wouldn't include that gutter filtration system. Those are both above code compliance. And that's about half of the overage.
And then going back to your total current contingency, 3.3 million. If we were to approve this takes a little more than half of that.
We're approving.
Or 1.2, I guess you're
Yeah,
saying.
we're approving, again,
Yeah.
there's two different figures.
So you're saying 1.2,
change order is
1.6.
1.7, the contingency, the hit to the contingency, if you will, is 1.2, 1.2. So it would reduce
so
this
less
down
than that, yeah.
to 2.1.
2.1. All right.
And our view is we want to maintain that 2.1. Our professional opinion is you could maintain a proper contingency to finish the job and do this pool upgrade. I wouldn't want to, I think we're being conservative, wouldn't want to reduce that contingency down. Of the 2.1 remaining, there's we've gone through an exercise with the project team to do everything we possibly know about. Everything we possibly know right now is about 1.1 million, and that includes all the impacts of that site utility resequencing because of East Bay mud. That leaves about $1 million. We really think you need to keep that $1 million in contingency for the remainder of the project.
That's where I was going.
Yeah.
So you got there ahead of me. Is $1 million enough, or is that shaving it
We
close?
may end up with using a fraction of it. It's just good planning.
But that, I mean, given where we're at in the project.
Yeah. We think
pretty
that's
far along.
Yeah.
And you know, it's contingency because you can't predict the future, but you
Correct.
said, as far as you can predict, 1.1 million, and then, yeah, so.
We have another year to go.
Yeah.
Right.
Okay. And, yeah, okay.
Sorry, doesn't there a clause in the contract that they can't go over? I mean,
No, one of the challenges with what's called a guaranteed maximum price contract, the GMP is the guaranteed maximum price for the documents that were bid. So if you make a change of that, like add a pool, it will go higher than that. So the contingency budgets are those contingency budgets are for primarily three things. Unforeseen conditions, such as our lead paint abatement, such as East Bay Mud's buried, abandoned pipe, for regulatory changes, such as when the inspector says you need to add a fire alarm at this location, owner changes, more than three, owner changes, such as a pool, and then also clarifications to the drawings, things in the architect's drawings which aren't clear or incomplete. That's really the primary use of that Turner contingencies, things like that, such as, let's say that a windowsill was missing in the drawings that were bid. The guaranteed maximum price is for the drawings bid, which don't include that windowsill. Oh, we have to add a windowsill. Oops, we forgot the windowsill. We need to add that windowsill. So that's commonly called architect errors and omissions. We haven't had too much of that stuff. Unforeseen conditions like the lead paint, the disposing of the soil trenching for utilities, owner changes. We made, for example, some changes to the health center made by Lifelong, the operator. That's what those contingency dollars are used for. But the notion of the guaranteed maximum price, that's the guaranteed maximum price for the documents that were bid out by Turner. And then those contingencies are used to fill in are used for those items which I just mentioned.
Yeah, I have another question for, then we'll turn to public comment, I think, shortly. What happens if we don't approve this?
We would have to do a minimal level upgrade of the pool. And that would probably include the same type of filtration system, gutter system it has now, not deepening the pool, not replacing the deck. It would include new equipment, which would be a good investment because it's more efficient. I don't know what the dollar value of that would be, but it would be much less than what this full scope is. I mean, you can see by looking at this that just taking out, taking out the deck replacement option, and if we were to go back to that, a more basic filtration system, that adds to about $600,000 right there, which is about half the overage. Those are things we don't have to do. Now, it's been recommended the city, what I've heard from city staff and council is that there's a strong desire for the city to do that, to have a modern facility for the community, but those don't have to be done.
And then, Mr. Baker, my question is similar to Mr. Affelt's, except just going back to what I said earlier. If the board didn't move forward and decided that it was safer to give this a little longer time now. Now, knowing that the pool wouldn't be done November, but might be done in February, March, it would mean that part of the risk there, although that might help us keep an eye on contingency for several more months to see how the project is going, the problem there is that it has to be completely rebid, and we don't know that it won't
Yeah.
be more expensive in the bidding process.
What you do is the most straightforward way to do this is you rebid it to the same bidders. They know they're in a competitive environment, and they'll give you competitive bids. And what we would see, I mean, the type of escalation we see in the market right now is about 3 to 4% per year. So you might, I think if you rebid the exact same scope, you would probably get pricing that comes in 1 to maybe 2% higher. It wouldn't be that significant.
So if this was rebid in September or so, we might see a slight change in the bids.
Right. It wouldn't be, I don't think it would be substantial, though. It would be in that range.
Well, conversely, you're going to have specific subs that are critical to this job, and depending on scheduling of their work, they may not be able to do the project at that
Yeah.
stated time.
So there's the subs involved in this work are the pool contractor, and that's what you would rebid. And that, but the MEP subs, remember, they're going to be on site all the way till next June. So I don't think that, I don't know.
But your pool contractor is probably the key to it.
Right, exactly.
And you don't know what that's going to be because of other projects that he may be put on.
Right. One advantage we have is that, of course, the pool construction season is mostly summer, and these contractors do a lot of school pool work. One of the reasons we've been able to get this contractor to kind of hold their bid is that we'd be starting it in July and not in end of May, which makes it a little easier for them. We could probably, for that reason alone, they would probably, I don't know, but it would probably keep their bid probably through maybe August. They would probably still hang in there, and after that they'd say, look, we got to rebid because their subs their problem is they've got second tier subs that they have to get them to hold their prices. That's the hard part.
But again, just to think about the process, if we didn't approve this tonight, so we said go back and give us the minimal code upgrade version that's, half of 1.74 million. That would take some time to redesign and rescope.
To give you an idea,
do you rebid that, or do
to give you an idea,
I mean, is that
we can get the pool deck pricing we have. The filtration system was identified. They included it in their scope, but they identified what the cost was, so we have that cost. And there are the negotiations I just discussed, and then also they today said if we don't deepen the pool, it's about $70,000 in savings. So I think we could come up with let's call it a minimal scope in fairly short order, working with the subcontractor. I think we still have them. I think we still have them on the hook, as it were, for another few weeks.
And when you say, I'm sorry, you mean don't flatten, when you say don't deepen, you mean don't level?
Don't deepen it, right, which is don't deepen it, don't flatten it.
Don't level it, right? Okay. I guess my concern, I just want to express to the board, is that it is like the other parts of the project. We get to do this right, so to speak, one time. And I know the city feels very strongly in the similar way that they think this filtration system, minimally the filtration system and the design of the pool is the best thing for the seniors and the children in the community. So it would not be my recommendation to scale those aspects of the design.
You can reiterate that when we get to the discussion part.
Yeah.
I think I want to open it to public comment at this
To
time, unless there's other-
again, I echo the superintendent's, that the city's communicated us, the city feels very strong about the filtration system. The city also prefers to do the deck replacement, for what it's worth.
But if I'm not mistaken, the city has known all along these cost increases were coming.
Yes, they have.
And so, that some of this, I didn't think I'd come around on this, but some of this, it tells me, is just poor communication as we've gone through the scope. This is what we're bidding, this is what we were gonna do. We're gonna put in, clean it up, and that's about it, right, for $700,000. And the city adds all these things on, because I don't think you're adding on a filtration system. Sorry, caught you at the wrong moment. And so if the city's adding on a new filtration system and a gutters and things that were not in our original bid, that, tells me that I would have liked to have seen it in an update back in January, but that's a different issue.
Okay.
I think that's, that changes the conversation. The city can't be mad at us for underbidding if they're adding things to it. You know,
Okay, public comment on this item.
city's mad at us anyways. So.
Okay, well, the way this is supposed to work is you guys are supposed to ask clarifying questions, then the public comments, then you ask the sort of questions you were asking just now. So just so you know, that was, public comments are coming too late here. You were engaging in substantive questions that go beyond clarifying. So just so you know, to the board president, can you please be more cognizant of running the meeting properly vis-a-vis the Brown Act, please. Okay, first of all, I heard a lot of talk here tonight about there may be a bike path. We may narrow down the bike path. I want to announce to everyone here, may is not appropriate. There will be a bike path, the bike ped path. It was voted on as phase 2 of the ECCL project. There's no may about it. It is happening. The bike ped path is not being narrowed down. It's going to be put in as the general plan for the city of Emeryville states. So you needn't do any talk or any planning of anything other than the fact that it is going to happen and it's going to be the thickness that the general plan, the width that the general plan says. So please be aware of that. Plus also there seems to be talk here now that tonight you could decide if this is going to happen. And I should remind everybody here that the city of Emeryville, this is their pool as well. And so they get a say. So it's not going to be decided here tonight by the 5 of you. The city gets a say. It's their pool as well. Okay. Other than the fact that this, the whole thing is outrageous, the difference between what was estimated and what the true costs are, it's, other than the fact that that's over the top, outrageous, plus Mr. Baker seems to be apologizing for Turner, which is also, I don't think that's not your job to be apologizing for them, as I stated earlier. Here's something that was stated just now by Mr. Baker that I find very disturbing. That the pool equipment was taken out by Turner employees, I presume, last fall. And then we also found out that by taking out that equipment, that means we now must pay much more than what was originally estimated. So somebody at Turner decided that we must pay a lot more than what was estimated when they decided to take the pool equipment out without telling us being the people that are paying for all this. And so I don't think we should, that's a breach of the contract as far as I'm concerned, to have Turner go in there, take out pool equipment that then automatically puts us into a position where we have to pay more than we sort of tacitly agreed to earlier. So that's unethical. I think you should find out about that. The fact that Turner took out pool equipment out of last fall that put us into that position. And I think you should. Somebody should pay for that. I don't think that's right. It's not ethical, and I don't think we should just automatically now have to pay more money.
You're out of time.
I think it's right. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comment? Okay, seeing none. Board discussion on what to do. This is an action item. And the proposed action is to approve how would you phrase it, Superintendent or Mr. Baker?
I believe it's a
What's the-
change order up to the amounts of money of Mr. Baker, did that 1.3 million change? I think it went down slightly, up to 216, 230.
I think you said the change order is 1.729 is the proposed
If
action.
the board, again, there are a number of options here, and we're providing information, or I believe a motion to be made, but the scope in yellow, which is sort of the value engineering scope as described, is a change order of 1.729 for Turner. It results in a contingency reduction of $1.2 million. There could be a lesser scope approved. We're just providing information for a motion we made. We're not, I will say this, that if the board chooses to do the scope described, having this be a blow before bids and having negotiated down another 5%, if the board chooses this scope, our recommendation is to approve that change order for 1.729.
Just a clarification question also. So the board is required to approve change orders, but the board is also, as is the city maybe, but to approve contingency changes. So would our motion need to include the approval of both, since we are simultaneously not just approving a change order, but we are approving possibly a change,
Correct.
a
Every
change to our
time that we
contingency?
bring forth a change order to the board, in our report, we say where that money is coming from. We say that if contingency is used to pay that change order. So when that is approved, that's part of that approval. This one's a bit different because it would be, if this entire scope, as described, is selected by the board, it would be a change order of 1.729 and a drawdown of the contingency of 1.216.
So we would technically be approving two things
Correct.
at once if the
Correct.
board so chooses.
Correct.
Okay. So that might inform us for how to make the motion.
I want to be clear that there are other options for that entire scope. As we've discussed, it could be tabled for a week or two. There are a number of options. I'm just trying to present as much information as we have possible so the board can make an intelligent decision.
I have a comment.
Yes, member Ash.
And forgive me, I wasn't at the city schools meeting, but I personally, with looking at so many of the changes in cost are because of requests that the city made, I don't feel comfortable making this decision alone, not alone, but as a unit. And I think that this should be discussed at another city schools meeting with all of this information, rather than two separate meetings of the board and then the council. I think a city schools meeting should happen where we all discuss it together, where we all understand where these numbers are coming from, and then make a decision. I'm not comfortable making a decision, personally.
Okay, I mean, I feel we did have that discussion. It was pretty lengthy at the city schools.
All of this information?
Yes, the only thing that's new is the yellow stuff.
Yeah, the
sort of
$82,000.
82,000.
The only thing that's new is the $82,000 in
is
the
the
negotiated
difference.
savings. That's what's
All of the
new.
numbers were discussed, and there was a lot of anger and angst
Okay.
about,
And-
how we got to this part and
And
what,
the
who this.
decision was that the board had to make this decision?
Yeah,
Yeah.
basically, because that's what the JOA says.
And the city was asking us to move forward on it, as they are this evening.
Right, right. So, and the city, as has been reflected, I think was pretty strong in preferring the full scope of these changes. The new deck, the new filtration system. They're not proposing to toss in any more money at this time.
And I think their only reservation was having to do with the talk that Turner was having with their subcontractors. And I think that was the unknown at the time when we had the conversation in discussion at the city schools committee.
So I want to echo Joy's comment. I think since you're already planning to speak at the city schools in a couple of weeks, I mean, not city schools, at the city council meeting, I don't think there's much of a risk of us waiting until after that to make a decision. That said, I also sort of feel like if we're going to build a pool, let's build a pool. I think a new deck, I like depth, so I'd rather not go shallow. I think if what Dr. Rubio said is right on, we only get a chance to do this once, we might as well do it right. I am really, really unhappy with the way this unfolded, and I'm really, really concerned that we're going to go over budget. And I know the city isn't going to cough up a dime. as it's constructed, but I think having the narrative of how we got to this point and being able to express that clearly is going to be critical of, you know what, we took a bid, it was a reasonable bid, but then we changed the project, and making it very clear. And again, I'm tasking you, Mr. Baker, with no more surprises. If something has changed,
Understood.
let us know, you can come even off cycle and
Understood.
say, you know what,
Understood.
you're.
I want to clarify something on that,
So-
which is also raised in the public comment, is that the pool consultant is the one who recommended demoing the boiler room and taking that equipment out, and did not inform us that it was going to result in an expensive upgrading of infrastructure to equip new equipment. And could that have been anticipated by ourselves, by the architect, by Turner, perhaps? But we did entrust my frustration. I agree on your communication about no surprises, absolutely. And you're right about that. But the pool consultant, I think, like all design consultants, have a responsibility to say, we can do this, but it's going to cost more money. And they really did not take that approach.
Right.
For what it's worth.
I think one other thing to consider, there's this large swath of area on the northwest portion of the site, and that's the new field. I know you've done rough grading in that area, but has that area been prepped enough to flesh out any large-scale change orders?
Yeah, all the earthwork is really, we have some, in terms of earthwork unknowns, we have some more the trenching we have to do includes the stuff through the field, which we're about to do, which is pretty minimal. That big trenching exercise in the community commons, which includes shoring to get the utilities, and once we get the East Bay mud pipe cut and connect to the street.
Okay.
But that's it. I mean, the foundations are complete. We have some more utility trenching to do,
Okay.
and there will be some soil removal from that, but it's pretty minimal.
What about the sport field, the football field?
That's
Would
been
that-
rough graded down to, that's rough graded down to the level of the level where you start putting the base rock layer in.
Okay. So you've eliminated most wild
Right.
cards when it comes to
Right.
that, to put the
Right.
sport turf in or the artificial turf in.
Right. Yeah,
Okay.
that's correct.
Yeah, so I share we had a lot of discussion, which I'm just not going to repeat here, about not being happy at the city schools, about not being happy with the surprises, and it seems that some of these things were known in the fall, and we didn't hear about it. The city was changing this, changing that. Other things, again, are the designer or the consultants of not telling us earlier, oh, well, that's going to have all these infrastructure costs, and that's going to add to it too. So it's a combination of things,
Right.
but we're not happy. That said, I think I'm nervous about how much it eats into the contingency, but we still, being pretty far into the project, have a reasonable amount of contingency left, so it doesn't kill us there. We should do it right. We're going to, as Member Pat said, as superintendent, we're building a pool. We should do it right. I don't know that waiting's going to advance the cause here. I mean, we could wait. We could wait to talk to the city here, but we don't have any more meetings till August, so we'd have to schedule another special meeting, and I don't know what's going to be accomplished by it. I think we're not going to learn anything new. So I would be comfortable. I don't like it, but I want to build a decent pool. I want to have a shallow enough pool that we have maximum depth. I've swum in that pool. It seemed very deep to me, unreasonably so. You don't need, for most purposes, unless you're diving, which doesn't seem like a huge use that we're planning on. I want a good deck. I think we should just do it and bite the bullet.
Was that a motion?
I'm happy to make a motion if, I don't know if I have enough support, but I will make a motion and see if others feel the same, but that we do this now, up to 1.729, we do both draw from the contingency and I'd like to add something to the motion that says not to exceed and, subject to a stern conversation about communication with the city and, I don't know, I don't think with this scope there's more that we're going to take out or reduce from here going forward.
Unless
so.
you do things like eliminate the pool deck or.
Right, I mean, we have, and
Right.
I'm not proposing that. It's not my motion, so.
And I've never thought of the idea of the power pursue percentages. I mean, if I guess it's not relevant. I guess I'm thinking about the idea that we're adding costs to the project, so how much of that cost comes out of our money versus the city's money, but maybe it's a wash
Well,
right now because our money's combined.
The only thing I would say is that if we were to not do this, and there would be contingency left over, it would go back to both parties, I think, per
Okay.
part of pursuit.
Yeah, it may not be relevant. I'm sorry.
I don't know.
I was trying to head down the path
Yeah.
of it. Is anyone else putting any money into this?
I think
So-
there's any money
so-
left in the contingencies,
yeah.
we just go FF&E with it. you know.
Right. And let me, before I actually make the motion, I'm glad the FF&E thing came up, because is that a possibility that, or is that included in your 1.1 million, that we don't actually have enough for FF&E? Because I think one thing I've heard discussed before is, we feel like we got our furniture budget and issue cut, but there's a cap of $800,000 in the JOA that the city insisted on putting in, yet there may be.
We're not, unfortunately, in the plans in the budget, and the city probably has good reason.
I'd have to look and see. I'm
Request
not-
the type
I'm
of
not
furniture. Yeah, I'm just-
Is the 75 or whatever it is part of this number?
This doesn't
Yeah,
exist.
The point that President Effelt makes is a good one, is that, let's look at the big picture, that 3.3 million of contingency. What's presented here would be used 1.2 of that, leave us with 2.1. We've kind of scrubbed the project and identified we probably about 1.1 of things we know about. They haven't been priced yet. Turner's they've estimated everything. Most of that is to do with the utilities and the community commons. That leaves about $1 million, which we recommend for the rest of the project. But on top of that, there is the issue of the furniture shortfall. That still exists on top of that. I think that context, were I a board member, I would look at that whole context.
Yeah, so that may change my mind and say there is some value in waiting, that we ought to have the discussion with the city to figure out, is there a shortfall on the FF&E and who's responsible for that? Because we're taking care of ours. We're abiding by the cap that you insisted on because they didn't want extra soft costs in there. So it's there, I mean, that's sort of my understanding at this point is we don't have if there's not enough money overall to cover furniture, then you got to bring your own or buy your own.
Right, and just a point of clarification for the board, that figure of $865,000, that was, it wasn't the city's insistence as much as it was a mathematical reality that we had to face to make the GMP, which you may be saying the same thing, but just for clarification, to make the GMP,
Okay.
that budget had to be reduced from 2.5 million to 865, or we weren't going to be within the GMP that the city and district, particularly the city, wanted to see over the last couple of years, stay in place. So that was kind of a budget reality for us. In addition, and maybe related to just the conversation, we have put in $500,000 more into the project. We are looking to identify additional funds if we need to, but yes, it would be nice if the district was not the only party on the hook for additional expenses, particularly around FF&E. And then, Mr. Baker, I assume we have some other value engineering decisions to make soon around fencing?
Well, we've finished most of it. We have some allowances. The biggest, we've sort of just about finished that. We have an allowance of fencing fencing cost savings of $300,000. We haven't done that design work yet. We've made progress with DSA, allowed us to not require panic hardware on all 45 gates. That's a big chunk of it. But we also, we're meeting next week with the fencing sub and the landscape architect to talk about what our options are and start pricing. this
So we
out.
still have, I guess my point is, we still have some
We have
other
some
choices
unknowns.
to make.
Right,
That
correct.
could impact us additionally in terms of
That's
budget
correct.
and not.
That's
So
correct.
we might want the fencing that was originally planned, but that would increase the current cost to $300,000 maybe, or whatever it would be. Correct?
Right. Correct. That's a possibility, depending on what decisions are made.
So, is that even a reasonable time frame to have a conversation with the city in the next couple of weeks about this FF&E issue, or are we not even going to be able to figure that out?
The timeline is as follows. July 20th is the council meeting. We need to get the council packet in by the end of next week.
But
the discussions could take place before then. certainly.
they could. I don't anticipate that that's going to get resolved very soon or
Yeah, we're not going to
quickly.
resolve that by the end of next week.
No. I think it's going to be it's a difficult issue to resolve, I think, just because there's things that were not in the budget as well, that were just either missing, and with the change in costs over time to the whole project, based on the economy improving the last couple of years, everything went up in the project. That was part of the problem.
Yeah, that was.
That was a major part of the
Yeah,
problem.
I'm struggling with, does it make sense to, and in one sense, it does make sense to link and have the global picture, as you said, and before we, spend it all on this particular.
On the pool.
Yeah, but, yeah, I mean, it does, there does seem to be some rationale to saying, look, if we're short on FF&E and you want us to do this pool, how is that going to get paid for? And that's pari passu. You bring yours, we'll bring ours.
Yeah.
And that maybe that, we'll do the, not the gold plated, but at least the nice plated pool deck and meet this full scope specifications. But we need to figure out what the other, sort of major question mark is about this project before we commit to doing that.
Yeah, it's a tough call. I mean, I don't like slowing the project up, but I at this point, how much of a difference, and I know this came up in the city schools meeting, is it between a pool opening in November and a pool opening in February, March? I don't know. And that would get, and so that's.
And I don't like the idea of increasing costs.
I don't
to
either.
it either,
I don't
if it's
either.
1 or
The only
2%.
pro is that we would have.
Yeah, from a timing standpoint, I would think that a good outcome would be, and I know there's not much time, but between now and July 20th, these questions of scope and additional funding would maybe be answered. If you do that and decide at that meeting, and then maybe a special board meeting to move forward, then you're talking about giving them the NTP on August 1st, which finishes the pool by the end of the year. It's about, well, that meeting is a month from now. If you can do the hard work between now and then, I don't think you lose much time. And I don't think you're going to lose the contractor either at this stage of the game. I may be wrong, but I don't think so.
So what do other board members think about connecting these issues?
I do think it's better to get the full scope. I would love to do the pool as is. I'd also like to go shopping with somebody else's credit card. I just won't be here for the next month and a half or longer, so any decisions that you guys make will be without me. So I'm all for you guys waiting, but I won't be a part of that conversation, unfortunately.
Member Miriam?
I don't know. It just seems that, to delay a project of any size, of any magnitude like this, there's just a possibility of it going south as far as prices increasing. They can't secure the contractor and the subcontractors, and then you're looking at a different scenario. But conversely, you've got the budget issue and what we've stipulated to spend on for this scope of work. It's a difficult decision as far as just pay now or pay later.
Well, I leave the country, for vacation on the 25th. And you say they have board meeting or council meeting on 20th?
20th.
So, should we set we're talking about, 2-3 weeks, like the 15th? Is it just you need to hear from us before the 20th, or you need to hear by some packet,
I don't know. I mean, it sounds to me like one of the things that's being discussed here is that we wait until the council can take some kind of action or give some kind of directive at the July 20th meeting, that there would then be a special board meeting after that to do a vote. That sounds like what you're talking about.
And I guess my hesitation, this is hard, because I remember Marion's comments also persuade me. If we're not waiting longer and allowing us to monitor the contingency, which is fine, I would lean to taking a slight risk on this and moving forward, based on the project and what Member Marion said. This is a hard call.
Yeah, I guess what I was thinking was some kind of setting a board meeting like 3 weeks, and in the interim, have a conversation with the city
regarding
to get
FF&E.
them to agree, for example, the pari passu on the FF&E. And then we had, on the 15th, if, for example, and I'm throwing that as one way to deal with it, but just, on the 15th, we adopt this scope, subject to also the city council doing pari passu. We could do that now, I guess, but it's too much to kind of throw in right now without talking to them.
Yeah, and the difficult part is none of their money can be used, if I recall correctly, based on the JOA and the type of money, at least for furniture of any kind. So we are currently, based on the JOA, on the hook, so to speak, for all the FF&E, as you know, I think. So I don't think, honestly, we're going to resolve that in a few weeks, particularly with the new city manager.
As far as additional funds available, where are we sitting with redevelopment monies? Because I know it's a rotational, and I know we have a blip coming up pretty soon.
Yeah, so I mean, it seems a little risky to me, not knowing, not having all of us having our crystal balls in front of us, but knowing that we could have additional redevelopment money. We have some other, I think, redevelopment monies available, although we also have an interest of getting our furniture correct for the student side, which also was not built in the design. It might all work out, and at the end of the day, and it may be that we have contingency left over at the end of the project. So we could actually move forward, approve this tonight, and we may be just fine. So yes, I'm not sure if I'm answering your question. It is all possible that it could work out even without a change to the FF&E issue. I'm hesitant to think we're going to resolve that quickly.
At the risk of speaking out of school, and this is just off the top of my head during this dialogue, what about the notion of the city putting additional funding in for the pool upgrade, specifically some of the things we talked about here tonight?
Now, that's probably more workable, but I don't know that it will work, but it's probably more manageable than the other conversation.
I think that's only fair. You can't ask for a bunch of things. Like I said, I'd love to go shopping with someone else's credit card. Got my eye on a pair of Manolo Blahniks that would look really cute on my feet, but I don't think it's fair for them to be like, I want all these changes, and I'm not going to tell you about them, and I expect you to not only pay for them, but I expect you to make the decision to pay for them. And that's where I'm struggling with the most. I would love to do this. I think it's great. I think if you're going to build a pool, you build it correctly. So if it comes down to it, yeah, I can move forward. But I think that it's only fair that the conversation be had with the city that you just can't, it's just not wasn't courteous. It was just, that would be my opinion.
And how would you quantify that?
That's what I'm wondering now too. How do we quantify what the amount would be?
Half the deck, and the filtration system?
No, I think your deck is the option. That's $400,000.
I mean, that's
And, you know, there's means that you could probably do it. You could sandblast it, and then where the new meets the old, it would look closer to what it was. There's a little bit of cost involved with that. There's options to deal with it, but as far as what Mr. Baker said regarding longevity and long-term solution to, you know, wear over the years, yeah, a monolithic deck would be the best scenario. But if you can't go that route, there's means to fix or at least get to a close proximity of new to old.
It is the one item marked optional. And tell me again, if there's if we get through the contract, build it, we've got $1 million left in contingency, that reverts to us and our Measure J funds, or it reverts pari passu?
I'm almost certain it's
I think it's
pari
pari
passu. It's
passu,
pari
right?
passu.
Okay.
Yeah.
And if, at that point, we said, going back to my FF&E point, gee, you know, we need another 700,000 to cover all the FF&E for the, we can do that, right? It's up to us to spend that money jointly on, I mean, I guess it would take a joint agreement that, all right, we're going to spend 700,000 of that million left over on FF&E, but we could do that. Or does the city JOA is like, no, we can't spend any city money, even our pari passu portion on FF&E. Is that what you're saying?
The JOA has that none of the city's $20 million can be considered to be part of or used for any FF&E.
Right.
And so so it does bring up a difficult question if the.
See, that was
so
my
that-
point
that
about
brings up a
they
different-
did not want to pay for soft costs.
Right. Well,
And that's, they considered FF&E a soft cost,
Well,
like communications.
I think it was a different issue. Their position is that the type of money they put
They-
forward
they
to the
think-
project they believe
they
it cannot
think
be used for
redevelopment money
FF&E.
can't be done that way.
They think their belief, and I'm not sure if it's correct or not, is that it can only be used for, I hate to say capital improvements because that would usually include FF&E, but
Well,
that could only be.
Yeah, I think I'd have to, I don't know, that was before most of us here were involved in the project, but there may be that the dollars weren't intended to be used for furniture. There are often funding sources that have that stipulation. It's not uncommon.
That is their position. I have never.
We'd have to look at the history.
Yeah.
I don't know.
All right, just, because that could be undone. If it's, you know, if it's an RDA legal, that can't be undone.
Correct.
But if it's, we didn't want it, which is what I thought.
Which it may be. I don't know.
Right,
Yeah.
All right, so, as I heard the most recent proposal was possibly to approve this full scope, subject to, but without the deck, or, you know, subject to the city paying for the amount of the deck. Is that,
Yeah,
does that capture?
I would summarize it in that fashion, is that's the wild card, or that's the delta that the city could probably, because it is a capital improvement, it's not furniture, it affects the swimming pool and its operation to a degree. So I think that's a quantifiable item to have on the resolution.
I think if we're going to ask the city for anything, which I will say is probably a bad idea, we may want to wait. We may want to wait for their meeting and let staff talk about it and see how well that will go over and come up with a plan before I think we vote on it and present it to them. So I think, again, I'm in the camp of we should wait. I think we have 75% of the information, and I think it's a good idea to do the pool right. But I think we you know, it's going to take 5 months to do the pool. whether it opens in, nobody's gonna swim in. Yeah, so,
And what's your thinking on the process and, you know, when we reconvene to make a decision, you know, how would it play it out? We wait, the city, staff talks to city, and then what?
I think then we find out the city's not gonna chip anything in, and we really look at the contingency budget and see what we can genuinely afford. You know, I think that's gonna be the big, you know, we'll know more about FF&E at that point, we'll know more, we'll be a little further along in the project. Hopefully the PG&E thing is or East Bay Mud thing is resolved, because I think that's gonna be the biggest, I mean, that's a, you know, what did you say, it's 1.1 million that you're planning on that
Well,
already?
there's the 1.1 million of that 1.1 million of things we know about,
Yeah,
about 750,000 is related to that issue.
yeah, so I mean, I think, and that could skyrocket, and hopefully that'll be
Yeah,
resolved.
yeah, we've pushed the subs and Turner to come up with a ROM for that, but that's what we've got in that.
Yeah, so I think we'll just know more in general, and whether the pool opens in December, January, or February, it really doesn't matter.
And you're okay with running the risk of it increasing the cost of the pool project?
By 1% or 2%?
My professional opinion on this is that if you wait till July 20th, that sub will still be in the game.
Yeah. And I think we're waiting
Beyond
until
that,
August.
I think you probably would have to do a rebid exercise, but they would probably all participate, or at least the low two. The two lowest were almost the same price. That's
Yeah.
always a good place to be. If you rebid it, they both know they almost got it, they'll keep their pencil sharp.
And I wasn't sure, Member Pass, are you saying wait till July 20th? Are you saying wait till August or September? Which one?
To me, it's August. I just don't think we can I don't think we can get back together in July. I think, you know, you're leaving on the 25th, you said?
Yeah.
Member Affelt, I'm out the week of the 15th.
I was planning to be out the same week, the second 2 weeks.
Yeah, so.
Of July.
Of July.
The third and fourth, yeah.
So I think, really, we're looking early August before you can get probably quorum. I don't know without Melody here, her schedule. But, yeah.
Yeah,
So-
so I'm taking the tenor of the board to think maybe we're not ready to make a decision
Well,
right now.
There's one question that may determine whether we can.
Okay, take that back.
It may not work, but have we got DSA approval for the pool?
They've got a great question. They've gotten their comments back to us, and they're minor. And they've been, and the response has been submitted back to them.
Okay. The thing about that, they cannot start construction until they get approval from
That
the
is true.
Division of State Architect.
We could not start construction tomorrow. We could start some work, but
You give them notice to proceed, they can't turn dirt.
That's
They
right.
can't do anything, so.
Maybe
So when is
August.
that gonna happen?
the anticipation would be within probably by next week. But you do have that. That's true. You're right, though. We can't. That is correct.
Mr. Baker, you said two things I just want to make sure I understood and the board understood. One is the bidder might hang on to August. And two, if you had to rebid it, we're looking at a potential 1 to 2%
I
increase.
think that, again, in my 25 years of doing this, when you've asked a bidder to hang on for a month or two longer, they've always hung on. I know this economy is different. The one thing I think that works, where I'm more confident saying that, is that the pool construction season for them is in the summer before school starts. These guys do pools. Having a nice job in the fall is not bad for them, so they
Yeah.
probably would be okay
Yeah.
with it.
I don't think pool construction's very big right now.
Yeah, point well taken. The water to fill the pool has not
Yeah,
been
we're not gonna be
discussed.
able to put any water in the pool, but it's gonna be beautiful.
We can talk to our friends at East Bay Mud about that one, I suppose.
So I think we're feeling comfortable waiting till our regular board meeting in August, or
Yeah.
if something special needs to be scheduled in August, then you guys can work on that, because I'll still be away, but. Okay, well, I think this was a good conversation, actually, and appreciate your walking us through it. Mr. Bacon, I appreciate my fellow board members for kind of struggling with something that's not really an easy thing to figure out. But we're good for now. We're not going to take an action on this item. And that concludes the discussion items for the evening. Any board reports and announcements?
I just want to mention that the first graduation I've attended, in 25 years. It was a exciting time to see the high school and what they've gone through over the past number of years, being relocated to a site that I wish no one would have to go to as far as being a high school. And I want to give kudos to both Principal Ferber and his staff and the teachers as well, and just everybody that's pulled together for that, the trying year that they had there. So I think it really paid off in the enthusiasm of the graduates. I just want to really commend them on everything they've gone through and wish them great, great luck.
Other reports or announcement, board members? No? You want to do the calendar review, Superintendent?
So our next board meeting will be August the 12th here in the multipurpose room at 6 p.m.
All right.
Oh, I'm sorry, city schools on here, Ms. Tamer?
It's not.
Schools and
Didn't we move city schools to September? I think our next city schools is September.
We'll find out and we'll go ahead and get that out.
Ms. Tamery, you got a different recollection? Okay. It
We'll
had,
find out, we'll get it on the website.
yeah, I'm
we'll
I'm
email
virtually
you.
certain that it was going to be July, and I think at the
think it
last
was
city
moved.
schools,
was it
it was decided September,
I believe
and
that's correct.
then November,
Yeah.
and then we're going
I
to go
believe
on a
that's correct.
2-month schedule at that point.
We'll go ahead and
But
find-
it would be good if you could confirm that, because our memory isn't doing very well.
Yeah. We'll find out then.
Okay. All right, and we are adjourned.